Just waiting for our last trustee. Apparently, there's some issue on the. Okay, we'll call to order our regular organizational meeting for December 17th, 2024. First item is certificate fax election results. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Larrett. I received the certification of facts from the county for the November 5th, 2024 election, and they testify that the conduct of the election and the canvass of the ballots was in every respect in accordance with the election laws of the state of California. So next up for our audience, I'm going to give a quick run of show. I'm going to come down along with our incumbent trustee and our new trustee to swear in through the oath of office. I'm going to do trustee, well, not yet. So we'll just call you YK until we officially swear you in, and then you're a trustee. And then Chris Clark has a guest, trustee Mike Baker from Twin Rivers Unified, that's gonna swear him in. Then we're gonna come over here and we're gonna sign some official documents that officially make them part of this amazing board. And then at that time, we will come back and YK can take some photos with his family. We have our comms team here, but any family members that want to take pictures of YK. And then Chris, of course, you photos that you know, do that. And then we'll, as a board, come down and take some photos. And then we'll come back up here and then YK let you say a few words to your family and friends that are here, as well as Chris. And then we get back to the business of running the most amazing school district in the state of California. Does that sound good for everyone? Okay, so we'll come down there to do the oaths. We can all go down. We'll go one at a time. Does that sound good? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay. You sure? Is the meeting on film? You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Here, you want to hold it? I can use a teacher voice.
Teacher wise?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm also a teacher. So I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I just want to give that significance of Bhagavad Gita, where I believe in. It's like a holy Bible for me. So I want to hold this one, in front of everybody to do solemnly.
Ready? Yeah, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome, YK. Thank you so much. All right. I, YK.
I, YK Chalam Cherla,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I'll take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
of purpose or evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
that I will well faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
There it is, my
And also Eric mentioned, this is your first oath administration, my friend.
This guy right here. Yeah, first one. Yeah.
First one in his career. I took that upon. Thank you.
Chris, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Christopher B. Clark,
I, Christopher B. Clark,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the
of the
Constitution
State of California,
and the State of
and that
California.
I take this obligation freely
And I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
faithfully
and will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Kindergarten enrollment going on.
So now we'd love for YK to invite his family and friends up, or whoever wants to be in a photo with you, and we'll get some photos right here. And the board, if you guys want to come over here, trustees.
My family.
It's everybody is the family, not only this side.
This thing is in the way.
Oh, wait,
We can't move this. We can't move it, sorry.
It's okay.
Those of us who call you every time we see you.
That's right.
Hi.
We're gonna go ahead and wait till everyone gets there and then we'll go. Right, if everyone can be on the side of the red glass. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more. I was given a cell phone. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Oh, one more. Can I have a picture too? Oh, please.
Do you want me to take that one?
It's okay. I gotta add you in this one. Beautiful.
I thought
he was gonna get a family picture.
And now we'd love to invite Trustee Clark's family up front for some pictures. Family and friends.
Hi, hey neighbor. Yes. Excuse me.
Have everyone gather on
I need to hold on, okay? Here, Lubert.
Yeah, we could have you guys all on this side of the podium. Not everyone found a window, no faces are covered. One more. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Just one more, Chris, one more.
And now some photos for the governance team.
Hi, Josh, nice to meet you.
I know you're a student. Not really supposed to talk about that in here.
So I hear.
Hey, it's getting hot, her. Governance team, there are 6 of us. I know that. I see you guys. In the middle, Chris. I was like, give her some tea. What's happening? Yeah, fair. Yeah, we're all gonna go sit up there and finish it up. Right. YK. You'll get a few more minutes. Come on up. So up next, we're formally going to convene to our closed session, but we're going to spend about 5 minutes out here with a little reception. There's snacks in there, so YK can come back out and talk to folks and take photos and do the photo ops and for the rest of us. But then at some point, we're going to go back to conduct the business of the district, which you're all welcome, of course, to stay, snack, and socialize, because you're always welcome here. So.
Okay, we will be adjourning to closed session where we will discuss student matters, employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters.
a little bit of time. So that, first time, so let's do roll call.
Yeah. Superintendent?
Yes, calling roll. Mr. Charlam Churla,
Here with the whole community.
Mr. Clark,
Here.
Mr. Reed,
Here.
Ms. Larrett,
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
All are present. And now I'd love to invite Trustee Charlam Churla to say a few words and then Trustee Clark after that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Colleagues, thank you so much. Maybe if you know my wife, that's fine. If not, I will give my phone number, then she can tell you who the hell YK is. But I'm going to ride the journey as a family. That's what, my meaning by bringing my wife into this context. Next 4 years, this is going to be my family. And there too, Sean and, all. So I'm thrilled to being here and sharing this stage for our children. Thank you again for welcoming me to this dais. And to start with, again, my beautiful wife, thank you. She has been my energy pill. Yes, I'm going to give the applause as well from here. She's always supportive, always. I know I was working for a state, and 5 years ago, I quit my state job. I was making decent six-figure income. I quit my state job for $600 city council job. She welcomed me even that time as well. So thank you again, always being there. And this community is awesome. I just want to call out maybe a few minutes, if that's okay. Friends, Assemblymember Cooley, thank you. You have been always with me, and his better office as well there, Sydney. Thank you again for joining this evening. And there are two individuals, they always stood, even from 6 o'clock in the morning until late midnight. Suri Babu, if you can raise your hand or come this side, and Shrini, you can raise your hand. Those are the two people probably deserves, a collective win. Collective win. I know, you all run the campaign, so you know how it is. Not you, sir, not you. So it is hard. It is very, very hard. And when it is competitive, it is more harder. So, but the whole community stood by me. Thank you and thank you. Angela, thank you so much for your support and endorsement, and my PTA family here. Elvia, thank you again for all of you. It is in my time to express that gratitude after sitting it here. But where is my Mr. Kamran? Thank you. Thank you. He sat with me 45 minutes, but he gave me 1 year worth of campaign strategies. Thank you. Again, I know I shouldn't be talking politics here, but I'm expressing the gratitude. But more important, now I'm going to partner my colleagues here to serve those 23,600. I think our number is growing every day, up and up. So that's the main job we all will have. And I made up my mind. After graduating, I did my first job as a fifth grade math teacher. So now I'm taking that experience again back to this dais, how I can assist through the policy and the safety and providing a good food and taking care of all our teachers. It's important, very important. It's taking care of them. And all supportive staff, also classified staff. I'm here to collaborate and work with all of you for the greater good of our district. I know Eric has a dream to take this district, and we were at the CSBA conference. We want to win some exceptional medals on performance or facilities, all those things. So we will definitely fulfill those dreams, and we will be, going through that, through Chris also being there on the CSBA. CSBA is our statewide body for school districts. Just want to, we want to bring our Folsom Cordova name up at the state level as the goal is a role model. Aim high. So I'm here to work with you and serve alongside you for a greater good of our children. Thank you again, everyone.
Good job, YK, and congratulations. Appreciate you. I am not going to stand up. I'm more comfortable sitting down. But I have thanks in this room to go around, and the love that I have for those people who have supported me through this journey. My strategist, Joshua Cameron, who we had late night talks and discussed numbers and all that good stuff. Thank you, my friend. Coach Baker, Mike Baker, wherever you are. Boy, it's been a journey, 8 years. I've known you and you've been by my side, and I appreciate you, brother, and I love you. Ken Cooley, former assembly member, you were with me when I talked back in 2014 about running, and you encouraged me, and I thank you for just being there and that encouragement and that mentorship. Audrey, you did what a consultant was supposed to do, and an advisor, to keep me calm and tell me to take a deep breath and meditate, and I did. Mama Lupe, I love you to death, and thank you for loving me, cursing at me, and all those other things. But last but not least, my wife, Jean, my bunny, my rock, my ride or die from the beginning. Thank you for just loaning me to the community. This is going to be it for me. You'll have me back in 4 years, so you'll probably be finding ways to kick me out the house again. But thank you for pushing me the way that you did, and I appreciate you, and I love you so much. Well, this is to another 4 years. And granted, this is my last 4 years of serving on this board. Moving forward, I'd like to encourage this governing body to take the time to reflect, reorganize, and rebuild not only our facilities that's coming up in Rancho Cordova, but we need to set aside our divisiveness, the attack on one character, the inflammatory rhetoric, and the comments that separated us from the beginning 2 years ago. This is my hope, to bring us back together. As community leaders and as representatives of this district, we need to set aside our differences and work for the benefit of our students. Many of those who lack inclusion, equity, and resources, and the support they need to succeed. I hope our goal here is to continue to put our students, all 23,000 plus, first, without any prejudice or judgment. In closing, I hope that we can focus on creating opportunities for all our kids, no matter what color, no matter the family dynamics, no matter the socioeconomic status. We need to give them the opportunity. Now, what I mean by that is the opportunity to learn, the opportunity to grow, the opportunity to be seen, and most importantly, the opportunity to be heard. With all that being said, again, I ask this governance team to put our personal agendas aside, and do what's best for this district. And for the next 4 and final years of me being on this board, I am committed to continue to work for you and with you. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Do we want to do it all over again, Jen?
Now we will adjourn to closed session.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to open session. Welcome back to open session. We will begin with our land acknowledgement statement.
As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishinan and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn.
We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nishinan ancestral tribes and the Esto, Natomuse, and Nisom, Pawanan to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amakumne, Consumne, Hapumne, Makumne, to the south along the Great Sacramento River system since time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions were built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolution vision of the Miwok and Nishinan, especially all future generations.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending this meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast as replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at Metro 14 satcounty.gov. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and order, conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff and parents and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read, and per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter in a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. Superintendent, will you call the roll?
Absolutely. Mr. Chalum-Chirla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
All are present.
Forgot the board members.
Two board members.
Saving the best for last. Mr. Merrill.
Here.
Ms. George.
Here.
Thank you so much. All are present still.
It's a holiday season, so.
Fantastic. Okay, we are moving on to our next item, Certificate of Facts, election results. The Certificate of Facts of the November 5th, 2024 election was reviewed by Superintendent Swanson and verified for accuracy during open session at 5 p.m.
Point of order, Vice President.
Yes.
We need to go into item 5.
5. Oh, reporting out of closed session, we had nothing to report. Correct? Right? Okay, great. Okay. Sorry, we're working off like 2 agendas here on this thing tonight. Okay. Superintendent Swanson administered the oath of office to YK Chalum-Chirla, and Michael Baker, trustee from Twin Rivers USD, administered the oath of office to Chris Clark. Each were presented with a certificate of election during open session at 5 p.m. At this organizational meeting of the Board of Trustees, the board must elect its officers for the upcoming year. As customary, I will be handing the gavel to the clerk to run the selection of president, and after the incoming president is selected, the incoming president will oversee the selection of vice president and clerk.
All right, bear with me a second. We have directions here that are based on how we used to run elections several years ago. So I'm going to have to improvise here. The way we conduct our elections is by a paper ballot that will be distributed to each of the board members. The paper ballot will have the names of all 5 board members. Each board member will check a box next to the individual that they wish to be, in this case, president. The ballot, and they'll also write their name on the ballot. The ballots will be collected, and then the superintendent will read the name of the individual who cast the vote and who they cast it for. The individual that has received 3 votes will then be elected president. Since this is not a nomination, there will not be required a motion. No seconds are required either. I hope that was clear. So do we have the ballots to be distributed?
We do. 2 quick points of order. It's 3 or more, right? Because 3 is a majority. So
Correct.
just want to make sure that's clear. And then also that our student board members also get a chance to vote, and your votes are advisory. Don't go toward the total count, but it's important to have your voices heard as well. So, and I do have the ballots, and I'm happy to pass them down.
Thank you.
You want to pass it down?
Then we will collect the ballots.
Okay. Trustee Charlon Churla votes, this is for the position of president. Trustee Charlon Churla votes for Chris Clark. Trustee Lofthouse votes for Chris Clark. Trustee Larrett votes for Trustee Larrett, Jen Larrett. David Reed votes for Jennifer Larrett. Trustee Clark votes for Chris Clark.
All right.
Mia George, real quick, I'm sorry. We'll get to that. Mia George, advisory vote for Jennifer Larrett. And Van Merrill, advisory vote for Chris Clark.
All right. With that,
Congratulations.
Chris Clark has been elected president. Congratulations, Chris.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed. We'll go ahead and open up the voting for Board Vice President.
Okay, for Vice President, Trustee Charlem Churla votes for Kara Lofthouse. Trustee Larrett votes for Kara Lofthouse. Trustee Lofthouse votes for Kara Lofthouse. Trustee Clark votes for Kara Lofthouse. Trustee Reed votes for Kara Lofthouse. Van Merrill, advisory vote for Jennifer Larrett. And Mia George, advisory vote for Jennifer Larrett. Kara Lofthouse is elected Vice President. Congratulations.
All right, moving forward, we'll go ahead and accept the voting for the position of clerk of the board.
Okay, for board clerk, Trustee Charlem Churla votes for Jennifer Larrett. Trustee Clark votes for YK Charlem Churla. Trustee Larrett votes for Jennifer Larrett. Trustee Lofthouse votes for Jennifer Larrett. David Reed votes for Jennifer Larrett. Van Merrill, an advisory vote for Jennifer Larrett. And Mia George, advisory vote for Jennifer Larrett. Jenna, you are the clerk. Congratulations. David, can I say an aside? This is related to the clerk position.
Sure.
Jen, I think you're the only person on the board who currently has a senior. So, David, you brought to the attention of this board is that her signature will now be on her daughter's diploma for the rest of her life. So that's actually kind of a really cool thing. So, congrats. Yeah.
All right, congratulations to all the new officers. So we can move ahead and go to item 6C, appoint superintendent as secretary of the board.
President, I get to call you president. We have one more vote for the representative to the Sacramento County Office of Education Reorganization Committee.
Okay, I don't actually see that, but we'll go ahead and honor that right now. That's a real good job.
I have ballots.
There you go.
There you go.
They're so big, I forgot about it. Now we're on it.
Okay, for the Office of Representative to the Sacramento County Office of Education Reorganization Committee, Trustee Reed votes for YK Charlon Churla. Trustee Clark votes for Kara Lofthouse. Trustee Larrett votes for Kara Lofthouse. Trustee Lofthouse votes for YK Charlon Churla. And Trustee Charlon Churla votes for Kara Lofthouse. Via Georgian advisory vote for David Reed. And Bannon advisory vote for David Reed. Congratulations, Kara. And then, President, if you want, we can reshuffle the seats, or we can keep them as is today and come back January 9th.
Come back January and kind of reseat.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so now we can move on to item C. Appoint superintendent to secretary of the board. And you might want to give them a little background on that, Superintendent Swanson.
It is my pleasure to serve as the secretary to this board, as most superintendents in our state do, to make sure that you have everything you need to make governing decisions, along with the help of my supportive staff over here.
Right. And I believe that warrants a vote, correct?
Yes.
And Superintendent, if you can call roll?
Do I need a first and a second?
Yeah,
You need a motion on
I'll
that,
make a
yeah.
motion.
I'll second.
Okay, calling the roll. Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Charlon Churla?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, moving on. Item 6D, approved July 2025 through June 2026 calendar for regular and special board meetings. Superintendent.
First and a second, Mr. President. I think we need a first and a second.
Are we, did you want
Correct.
to?
Each time. Oh, no, we're,
No, I just want to make sure if the community wanted to see it or if there was any discussion behind it.
got it.
Full transparency,
I got you, man.
right?
It's attached.
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Charlon Churla?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item 6E, approved trustee volunteers for committees. I know that we had a special board meeting on the 9th, I believe, and we got together and decided who was doing what, and it's actually in front of us right now. So if there aren't any questions from the public or questions from the board, or any changes that you all might want to make before we vote on this, I'm open to entertaining a motion.
I'll motion.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Student Board Member Merrill. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Charlon Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great job. Moving forward, item number 7, adoption of agenda. Take a motion on that.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Reed,
I'll second.
a second by Board Member Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Sir, Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Charlon Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Okay, moving forward, agenda consent. I'll entertain a motion on that.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Laird.
Point of order, I believe we have an expulsion that we need to remove from the agenda.
Actually, we do.
So what item is that? It's 8,
F.
8F?
F.
F. Okay, so if we can move that.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll entertain a motion on that one.
I'll motion.
Motion by Ms. Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Laird. Superintendent?
Mr. Merrill,
Aye.
Ms. George,
Aye.
Mr. Charlem-Churla,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
I'm confused. What motion are we voting on right now?
I believe we're
Voting on
adopting
the
the consent
student.
agenda without item
F.
F.
Okay, then aye. Yeah.
Sorry, and I know that we need to go to public comment.
Can I
If
get,
there are any.
who was the second? So it was
Board Member
first,
Larrett.
I was,
first was Lorette and
Larrett.
second?
first was Lofthouse, second Larrett.
Okay. And now we'll make a motion for item F.
I'll motion.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse. Boy, I gotta get used to this. I'll entertain a second.
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Mr. Merrill,
Abstain.
Ms. George,
Abstain.
Mr. Charlem-Churla,
Yes.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Larrett,
Yes.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Yes.
Mr. Reed.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Right.
And President Clark, there are a couple members in the audience that I want to acknowledge from our CAC that I think are still in the audience. And is Dana RC here? We want to say thank you for being here. Dana, thank you so much for being part of the No Speeches Necessary. We just want to acknowledge you being here. Lilia Neal, I see you is right there. Lilia, thank you so much. And is Nicole McCarthy here as well? No, she didn't make it. Anyone else from the CAC? Yeah, thank you so much for volunteering for this really important committee. Really appreciate it. Okay.
All right, moving forward, we'll go to item 10, public comment. Items on this consent agenda, well, not the consent agenda, but the public comments are for items that are not on the agenda. Participants will have 3 minutes to make their comments. Students will have 4. And we'll go ahead and start with Jason Hall.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Swanson, and supporting staff.
Sorry, guys. Thanks.
Good to go. My name is Jason Hall, and I'm a local taxpayer and resident of White Rock Springs, located in south of 50 Development. Tonight, I'm here to share an exciting opportunity that directly impacts our community and the future of our students. As you are aware, the district is planning a middle school and high school project to meet the growing needs of our community. I am representing a buyer who is offering 100 acres of land at a price of $400,000 per acre. This is a significant opportunity, especially when compared to the proposal you've been exploring with proposed fees for land acquisition at $870,000 an acre for a smaller parcel of land. Choosing this larger and more affordable parcel represents a savings of over $30 million. As stewards of taxpayer dollars, this is the type of fiscal responsibility our community hopes to see. The land being offered is ideally located south of White Rock Road, west of Prairie City Road, across from Oak Avenue Parkway. This site is already close to new developments and features existing bike trails, making it an accessible and connected space for students and families. Additionally, the owner of this parcel is committed to contributing to the community by proposing the addition of a community center adjacent to the school site. This enhancement would create a hub for education, recreation, and community engagement. The owners, who are residents of Folsom, are civically minded and deeply committed to giving back to their community, which makes this opportunity even more impactful. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the immense responsibility you carry in making decisions that will shape the future of our schools and our community. I've also reached out to Chief Operations Officer Matt Washburn and Superintendent Swanson to discuss this proposal and share my enthusiasm for this opportunity. While I have not yet had the chance to discuss this detail with them, I wanted to ensure the board had the opportunity to hear about this idea and its potential benefits. Your dedication and commitment to ensuring the best outcomes for our students do not go unnoticed, and I am grateful for your service. It is worth asking, if this land were offered as a gift to the district, would it be turned down? Then the $30 million savings this proposal offers should be viewed in the same light. It's an opportunity to maximize resources and prioritize funding for what truly matters, our students and their education. If there are reasons this land is not being considered viable, I urge the district to explain them clearly to the community. Transparency and open dialogue are critical when decisions of this magnitude are being made. With more land at a significantly lower cost, the district has the potential to create an exceptional learning environment for our students while demonstrating financial responsibility to taxpayers. This is a pivotal moment. Let's seize this opportunity to invest in our children, our schools, and our community. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Next speaker is Diana Laney.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I'm here tonight to express urgent concerns about the district's capacity issues at Folsom Middle and High Schools. This school year, our district enrollment surpassed 22,000 students, and growth is expected to continue. In conversations with parents, I've repeatedly heard frustration about students being unable to get the requested electives due to limited availability. This reflects a deeper issue, the distinction between full capacity and optimal capacity. Full capacity should never be our goal if we're serious about preparing our students for life beyond high school. Overcrowded schools create numerous challenges. Students with developing brains, changing bodies, and rising academic demands struggle when crammed into packed facilities. Larger schools limit access to extracurriculars, clubs, sports, and enrichment activities, which are crucial for the well-being and well-rounded development of our students. Additionally, overcrowding accelerates wear and tear on our facilities, increasing maintenance costs and reducing the quality of learning environments. That's not only for our students, but also for our teachers. I'm also concerned about the district's mentioning constantly of hot seating teachers, a practice where teachers share classrooms throughout the day. This approach is stressful, disrupts both teaching and learning, and risks driving away talented educators at a time when teacher shortages are already critical. To address this, I urge the district to consider everything on the table. Stop transfers and require students to attend their home schools. This will buy some time, but will not solve our issues long-term. Reevaluate the K-5 model and consider moving back to a K-6 model. Moving to a junior high structure for 7th and 8th grades can help alleviate some of the middle school overcrowding. Regarding facilities funding, as a former SFID 3 committee member, I must emphasize that the committee clearly recommended limiting Measure M fund usage to avoid crushing tax burdens on SFID 3 residents. We explicitly stated in the meetings and recommended eliminating future use beyond a modest amount to provide a CTE high school program in Rancho Cordova. As an example, my current property tax bill is 1.799%. In Folsom, if you go over 2%, you will eliminate the ability for our builders to continue development. They will no longer have access to bonding capacity, which will stop any future development and make it so that that tax burden will continue in perpetuity. The proposed $450 million Phase 1 high school for only 1,000 students does not address the projected overcapacity of 1,300 students for next year. I implore the board to find more reasonable, cost-effective school building solutions with sustainable funding sources. It's imperative to prioritize returning our schools to optimum capacity for the benefit of all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laney. Appreciate you. Our next speaker is James Garcia.
Hello, board. I'm James Garcia, resident of Rancho Cordova, and was also a member of the SFID 3 committee for Measure M. I am also here to speak about that. Measure M was over allocated at a time that we did not need to. It was well enhanced. We had built 2 elementary schools with $750 million available to us. We did not spend all of that, but we used a good chunk of it. It's something that created a nice state-of-the-art school. We don't need state-of-the-art schools. We need functional, affordable schools. As we just received a nice offer for potentially cost savings of additional land that we can build additional schools on for half the cost. as far as the land purchase price, that has always been a factor that this board has had to deal with. We have two communities, both Rancho Cordova and Folsom. Folsom has a higher cost of purchase. We're now going to be able to get that on par with what Rancho Cordova could offer. Something along the lines, we need to build something that's affordable without overspending and overburdening our taxpayers. Right now in Folsom, as was just mentioned, we have tax bills that are going to bust their bank. It's going to make it so they cannot afford actual other infrastructure needs, park services, police services, fire, because they cannot bond and tax them properly. If we issue Measure M money, we need to go ahead and limit that. We discussed it in the committee to go ahead and actually possibly eliminate it altogether, if not retire it for at least 20 years, so that way the home values can actually get up to par where they can finally afford an additional tax burden. So again, please do not issue Measure M money. That was the decision that the committee came up with. We also wanted to have more affordable options, not state-of-the-art institutions. We need functioning ones. We don't need glass walls. We need brick walls. We need something else, something more cost-effective. We don't want portables. We don't want, cargo containers turned into rooms. We need actual buildings that are going to last. They're not going to fall apart. We don't want to be the Three Little Pigs, but we do need to have something that's affordable for the community and the students to actually thrive in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Appreciate you. All right. Let the record show that these are students, and that shall be set at 4 minutes. First student is Addie Long.
Good evening, board. My name is Addie Lu Wong, and I'm a junior at Vista Del Lago High School and president of Vista's Environmental Impact Club. I'm here today to speak about the prospects of envisioning our school district as a leader in sustainability by declaring a climate emergency and organizing a climate action subcommittee. As a high school student and resident of Folsom, I frequently look forward to my time outdoors because the city of Folsom prides itself on its natural environment. But also, as an environmentalist passionate about making a positive impact on our future, I can't help but notice that the environment and city that I call home is meant to be distinct by nature, is suppressing the natural beauty it prides itself on. Recently, I've watched the green pastures adjacent to Highway 50 being bulldozed over for new neighborhoods, and I also won't forget the summers that human-caused wildfires raged throughout our state and our air quality made it unsafe for students to attend school. As a long-distance runner, the natural environment is a place for me to build friendships and have random conversations with my teammates through sweat and endorphins, and thus climate change poses a threat to what I love. Just last year, for the first time over a one-year period from February 2023 to January 2024, the EU Climate Service reported that we were at 1.52 degrees Celsius, temporarily breaching the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 1.5 degrees Celsius target to avoid the most catastrophic impacts of climate change. This was one of many calls to action that we as a society have missed. Although this was a temporary breach, it remains a significant reminder of our need for action to prevent this from becoming a trend. And so to stop the trend, we must create new ones. FCUSD has already taken some action, having passed policies like Policy 3510, Green School Operations, Policy 3514, Environmental Safety, and Policy 6142.5, Environmental Education, which specifically states that the board believes that students should value the environment, respect all life forms, understand the basic ecological principles which support the planet, and live an ecologically responsible lifestyle. As the president of the Environmental Impact Club, I don't love climate change, but I love the people that it's brought into my life. Climate action unites people like nothing else because nothing is more fundamental than the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. Therefore, I am very excited to see the district similarly utilize climate action for greater unity amongst students and the adults who support them, with a subcommittee dedicated to the sustainability of our planet and our students' futures. Therefore, I urge the board to pass our climate action resolution and declare a climate emergency that will formally acknowledge climate change as a threat to the well-being and future of our students. Additionally, in response to that declaration, the board will organize a subcommittee composed of student and adult members dedicated to strategizing how to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and create a more sustainable learning environment. In taking climate action this way, not only is the board protecting the natural environment, but it will be leading by example for surrounding school districts, providing another outlet to empower student voices and put their perspectives at the forefront of district policy. And so together, let's create a more sustainable FCUSD, one that takes climate action to ensure the sustainability of their students' futures and fosters an environment where students can learn alongside a healthy, natural environment. I hope you'll take the first step in scanning the QR codes on your papers to view our presentation and our growing petition. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions or provide further information if needed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Luong. Appreciate you. Next speaker is Ajax Castaneda, student.
Good evening, board. My name is Ajax Castaneda, and I am also an officer of Vista Del Lago's Environmental Impact Club. I'm also an athlete who participates in multiple different outside activities, including soccer and swim team. For many years, I have grown up in these environments, and I've always cherished what I've been involved in, from running on messy turfs to swimming in our clean waters. Climate change is very important to me and other athletes as well. For so long, the world has been going through major climate changes. The environment is important, and so many people are unaware of how important it really is. The schools in FCUSD host many different types of athletes, and there are plenty of students that care for the fresh air they breathe and the turfs or pools they challenge themselves on. Climate changes have led to more frequent extreme weather events, such as heavy rainstorms, hurricanes, or snowstorms. Also impacted are temperatures and air quality. For athletes, clean air is crucial for their performance, health, and overall well-being. Performance in extreme temperatures and poor air quality make it difficult for the body to perform effectively. Athletes are prone to more injuries and illnesses that can have lasting effects. Playing in extreme conditions can be mentally and physically draining, making it hard to perform at your best. Extreme weather also disrupts games, practices, and even seasons. A stable and healthy climate ensures that athletes can train, compete, and perform safely while enjoying the sports they love. Climate issues may feel distant, but they direct our health, opportunities, and athletic future. A healthy environment is not only important for athletes, but it is important for everyone. Taking care of our environment not only means getting others involved, but it also means doing the little things when you can. Giving back to the community can make a difference, and the FCUSD board has a chance to do so. Every little deed we make makes a huge impact. It is these things that make me encourage the board to pass a resolution that says to declare a climate emergency and organize an environmental sustainability advisory subcommittee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Castaneda. Appreciate you. The next name, I know I'm going to butcher this one. Karthik Mayaphan. Did I get it right? Close?
Close enough.
All right, that works.
Hello, my name is Karthik Mayaphan, and I'm an 8th grader at Sutter Middle School and an environmental advocate and a member of our district student advisory board. I'm here today to speak about the FCUSD Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and share my perspective about the project. I believe that it is more important now than ever that we focus on ensuring that we commit both as a community and a district to combating climate change. Now, a little about me. Some activities I enjoy are speech and debate, science Olympiad, chess, and Boy Scouts. Now, just to give you some background, between 1980 and 2023, the United States experienced $2.6 trillion in damages from climate change-related disasters, with schools often closing due to floods, hurricanes, and wildfires. For example, during the California wildfire season in 2020, one of the worst to date, over 1.5 million students missed school. This goes to show how climate change affects everyone, including the students. Now, the the issue of climate change especially close to my heart because I've always been passionate about it since I was a little kid. For example, I started my own organization called Think RE, where my goal is to spread climate change awareness. So far, I've went to 2 elementary schools and presented to over 800 kids as a way to inspire the next generation to focus on combating climate change. What's a better way to change the world than to help the next generation, the generation that will once in the future lead our world, know how to change it? Now, I'm also a Boy Scout, and one of the main things that we focus on is that we should leave everywhere, no matter where we go, better than how we found it. So to me, this means that in this world that we are so kindly given, we should make sure to leave it better than we found it. So, as a call to action, I urge the board to declare a climate emergency and organize a climate action subcommittee. So together, let's ensure the sustainability of our students' futures and make the FCUSD a force for climate action. As the impacts of climate change are obvious, we need a formal declaration by the board for a climate emergency and the development of a climate action and adaptation plan to outline the district's specific emission reduction targets to improve district-wide sustainability and climate resilience. With this, I'd like to end. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Next speaker, Anna Bentley.
Hello, board. My name is Anna Fanley, and I'm currently a senior at Vista Del Lago High School. I am passionate about having the FCUSD board organize a climate action subcommittee, and I want to share my perspective on this project. I have firsthand seen the effects of climate change on our planet through the expanding fires and drought in California. It is a yearly tradition for me to ski during the winter, and from the massive Caldor fire in 2021, it has severely impacted the ski resort that I go to personally, Sierra Tahoe. It was closed for a whole year while they worked on rebuilding what had been lost from the fire. The trees were cut down or burnt, the lift towers were damaged, as well as their haul ropes. 1,600 of 2,000 acres of the ski resort were affected by the fire in some way. This means that often the resort closes temporarily due to high winds, which has affected the rate that I can do the activity that I love and have devoted so much time to. This is why I am at the board meeting today. I am hoping to inspire conservation of the important wildlife and nature in the place that I call home. This is why I want to have you, the FCUSD board, create a climate action subcommittee to improve the future of our youth and environment. Thank you for your time.
Hi. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate you. All right. Next speaker, Riley Stover.
Good evening, board. My name is Riley Stover, and I'm a junior at Vista Del Lago High School. I'm here today alongside many others because I am passionate about making a change in the FCUSD school district and share my perspective about the FCUSD Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I've always loved the outdoors, and I grew up on Folsom Lake with my family. Even now, every summer, almost every day I'm out there with my friends. In fact, in 2021, the Sacramento Bee published an article entitled 5 Charts Show How the California Drought Has Drained Folsom Lake. The author stated that from 1956 to 2020, Folsom Lake contained about 830,000 acres per feet of water at the end of May. But in 2021, at the end of May, Folsom Lake contained 361,000 acres per feet of water. The last time the lake was that low at the end of May was 1977. Not only does Folsom Lake bring in revenue to keep Folsom looking the way it does now, but it also is very important for the well-being of the wildlife in our area. So I urge the board to declare a climate emergency and organize a climate action subcommittee to make the FCUSD school district a force for climate action. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Stover. Appreciate you. Our next speaker. Oh. I know I'm going to butcher this one. Prayadishani. Yeah, I totally blew it. Let's go with last name. Mohan?
Okay, thank you. My name is Priyadarshini Mohan, and I'm a sophomore at Vista Del Lago High School and a member of the Environmental Impact Club. And I'm here today to advocate for our Folsom residents and bring forth my idea for this campaign. Like 8.2 billion people, not only do I live in this gifted land, but I'm a part of it. Ever since I was a little kid, I have enjoyed outdoor spaces, especially during recess time or even walks with my family. Around the age of 7, I went to a space museum and learned about the horrifying truth. In 5 billion years, the sun will explode. 7-year-old me felt devastated that humans won't survive this catastrophic event. As I got older, I came to a realization. Humans might even die before the sun does. If you ask me, I want us as humans to live as long as we can, without the constant pressure of a ticking time bomb. We have a lot to improve on regarding the environment. Every year, roughly 100 million tons of trash gets dumped into the ocean. 2,000 young children die due to pollution daily, and at least 1 in 10 people die from air-polluted related diseases. Air pollution is a greater threat to life expectancy than smoking. Less than 1% of global land area has safe air pollution levels. The list can go on forever, but I'm not here to complain about our conflicts. I am here to resolve them. Even though these statistics are global, we as Folsom can take small steps in order to bring forth change. We can start by educating schools about our environment and how we must protect it. We have the power to educate our young youths of Folsom because in the future, they will lead our country and be in the spots we are in. We can start implementing more recycling rules at our schools. It may be difficult to allocate just a few seconds of our lives to figure out which item goes into each bin, but in the long run, our current actions can help shape our future lives. We can schedule cleanups at local parks to ensure a clean environment for all and build a positive relationship with the people and the earth. As a kid, I enjoyed outdoor parks, and just like other people, I want the future generations to come to be able to enjoy those experiences. The sky is the limit on the things we can do to ensure a healthy future. But we must not let pollution get to us before the sun does. We as a community urge the board to pass our climate action resolution and create our subcommittee. The earth may not have a built-in undo button, but we can still hit save if we act now. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. That is the end of our speakers. If I may, is he here? It says, oh, you are here. Okay.
Yeah.
David Pride. Huh? Did I get the name right?
Oh,
David.
wait.
Welcome.
My name is Daniel Fritsch. Sorry.
Okay, that's like a David. Is that? We'll take it, Daniel.
No problem.
Let's go.
All right. All right, so sustainability is very important to me. I treasure it for many reasons, as it helps me enjoy going out on walks without breathing in polluted air and running in overheated environments where I start to get way too hot and get heat exhaustion. Sustainability also helps keep a clean environment that is trash-free, which boosts my mental health drastically as I don't feel like the earth is a mess. I feel betrayed by society when I see trash on the ground, leaving me sour and in dismay and resentment for society for what they're doing to this planet that should be preserved. One great way that I support being sustainable and many others is by being vegan, which helps by stopping CO2 production or like greenhouse gas production by animals being farmed, and it also supports more land being available for like schools or houses or for anything like that. I believe sustainability is key for the future generations to live positive and happy lives, absent of the carbon footprint left behind by past generations. And it isn't just us either, it's the ecosystems we'll be helping too. We'll all be happy appreciating seeing wildlife like sea turtles or birds when we go on walks or in the rainforest, like on documentaries. And by being sustainable means several others will live happy and healthy lives absent of climate change and global warming and many issues like that. So I urge the board to support the resolution of climate advocacy. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you, sir. All right, we do have one online. Alana?
Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. I was also a member of the Measure M Community Committee that this board developed earlier in the spring. It was a clear consensus of the committee that Measure M should not spend another dollar in Folsom, and any further expenditure should be made exclusively to make a fair allocation for taxpayers in Rancho Cordova who have been financing these shiny new schools in Folsom. And moving forward, whatever bonds are passed, we need to be able to build more simple traditional schools which are affordable to taxpayers. As an example, those who live south of 50 in Folsom and those who are in SFID 3 in Rancho Cordova pay 11 times the property tax for new schools that those in Folsom proper do. It is really, really significantly disparate right now. So following the committee's recommendations is going to help the district to rebuild trust between our communities to avoid a district split, rebuild trust in the district and the board itself, who's been on the receiving end of some unfavorable views by constituents and how they've been operating with this bond. This issue of trust is especially important given the district is presently recommending a district-wide bond of over $500 million. And if it has any chance of passing and relieving our urgent capacity issues, you need to be more transparent and better stewards of public monies. The district and the board seems to have adopted other concepts from the committee, including that the new comprehensive high school should be built in Folsom and a smaller specialty high school in Rancho Cordova. I would press you to adopt that for the next elementary school in SFID 3 too. It is morally wrong to build a third elementary school in the Folsom Ranch area of the funding district before the first elementary school is built in the Rancho Cordova area of the funding district. I implore you to look for savings. It sounds like there's potential savings in land acquisition from an earlier speaker. Really look at the school design, especially with the potential for dramatically increased construction costs over the next few years due to tariffs. And be mindful generally of how your actions influence how valued your families and students feel in every community. One final note. So I know that the board may not know that they have other options in Measure M for land acquisition for a high school in Folsom Ranch. But the beginning of this year, there was just around $70 million in development impact fees that can absolutely be used for land acquisition. That money is there and able to be spent. Please do not spend another dollar of Measure M here. It is just not fair for our, fellow taxpayers in Rancho Cordova. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments online? Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to item 11, reports of district organizations. Student Advisory Board.
Hello, everyone. So our last Student Advisory Board meeting was last Thursday at Folsom Middle School. We started out the meeting with a little introduction to the campus that the Folsom Middle Student Government students put on. It was pretty cool. Then we had our guest speaker, Addie. She introduced us to her climate action initiative. And we split up into groups and we had a conversation about how climate change had affected everyone. And we got a lot of perspectives and stories. And we were brainstorming like what ways you can show up in your communities and kind of advocate for your future, After that, we got lunch and then we introduced our new event that we will be hosting in January called the Winter Festival. We started brainstorming it in groups and we started putting pen to paper. So keep your ears peeled for that next year, not next month. And overall, it was a really smooth meeting thanks to the Folsom Middle School staff. It was very enjoyable and it was great. So our next meeting will be January 9th at Vista Del Lago. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Board Member Mia, did you have anything to add on? All right, thank you, ma'am. California School Employees Association, is Rob here? Okay, I didn't receive that, but we're good. Did you get it?
Yes, sir. But I'm away from my email right now because I'm here. So. But I believe he's out ill.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He's out ill. He said congratulations to the two new board members and no other reports.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, board staff and certificated staff. First, FCEA wanted to welcome and congratulate board members Clark and Chumatala on running a successful campaign. We hope to enjoy a working relationship with you, YK, and our continued relationship with you, Chris. FCA also wanted to go ahead and send our condolences to the family of Miss Luna. She will be missed by the Cordova High School community. Happy holidays, and let's start 2025 with heartfelt wishes for all.
Right, thank you. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, President Clerk, members of the board, and distinguished colleagues and guests. Happy holidays to our wonderful students, families, board members, esteemed colleagues with CSEA and FCEA. The spirit of collaboration and with our educational partners at Folsom Cordova is truly inspiring. This month, we have seen incredible efforts to support our students and their families during this festive season, including haircuts for kids, which is awesome, and a toy drive, adopt a family, gifts distribution for foster families and families in transition. Thank you very much for supporting that as well. And we've actually had many of our FCUSD employees support that. I lost myself. And then we're RCPD, Shop with the Cop program. I did that years ago, and it was awesome. Our kids loved that. Folsom Police Officers Association Toy Drive, and we just finished that up. Folsom Cordova, Rancho Cordova, and Folsom Lake Food Bank in their initiatives to support all those families with food. And these educational partnerships were able to come together to support our kids, which is awesome. And, so we wish everyone a merry and bright holiday season and new year filled with endless possibilities. And congratulations, Chris Clark, and congratulations, YK. We're excited to have you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I look forward to coming out and visiting you real soon, right after the holidays. Got it. All right, DLAC, District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Apologies. Yeah, there's no report this evening.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, moving on. We'll go on to item 12, discussion action item. Let's go with A. Approve 24-25 first interim financial report period ending October 31st, 2024. With the positive certification. I love it.
Indeed. Good evening, board. So we'll just spend the next few minutes reviewing our first interim budget information. Remember, this is a updated, let me see. Is it gonna go? No? No, it's a PDF, so I don't know if I can. Thank you. So the information here is, again, we always tell you that this is summarized information in a presentation format to easily digest. But what the board is actually approving is the standardized account code structure reports that we provide to the California Department of Education. The information provided is as of October 31st, so it's a snapshot in time and based off of the assumptions that we know at this time. The staff is recommending a positive certification, meaning that we can meet our financial obligations and have a 3% economic uncertainty reserve at the end of the current year and 2 subsequent years. And so therefore we say positive certification. And if we can go to the next slide. Being that the majority of our funding is based off of attendance, we always take a quick look at where we are and what our projections are for the next couple of years. The bars there are our enrollment as a district. The line there is the attendance. We are anticipating approximately about a 95.5% attendance rate. We're a little higher than that at first interim. And so that's going to be reflective when we look at the revenues that we're seeing a little bit additional revenue because of that. Additionally, what we projected at adoption for enrollment is the actual enrollment's a little bit higher. So between those two things, we do see some additional ADA, approximately a little over 111 ADA, and that will bring some additional revenues for this year. So that'll look better from our adopted budget. Next page, please. This is just a quick calculation of our primary funding source. Remember, about 75% of our funding comes from the state local control funding formula calculation. You can see there that the calculation has many different calculations in there that allocate for different purposes, but at the end of the day, it is about $255 million, $254 million that we will receive in funding. Go ahead, next slide. And so then we bring all the revenues together. If you always remember, the top section, the yellow section, is unrestricted funding, which we have much more discretion on priorities. The blue is restricted revenue funding, where those are categorically funded allocations for specific purposes that normally have regulations and reporting requirements attached to them. So on the unrestricted side, you can see our revenues are increasing by about $2 million. Primarily, those are from the LCFF increase, those extra ADA that we talked about. But also, you see some additional funding, about $900,000 in other state income. A good chunk of that is lottery related, actually. On the restricted side, you do see federal income and other state income, both of those increasing. A lot of that is recognition of funds that were not spent in the prior year on the federal income side, so carryover of Title I funds. With federal programs, we can't recognize the revenue until it's spent. So now we're recognizing any funds because at adopted budget, we didn't know how much we would be carrying over. So all of that's reflective now in the restricted revenue section. Bringing it all together, you do see revenues increasing about $7 million combined over the adopted budget. Next slide. Same format, but now on the expenditure side, the yellow again is our unrestricted. You're seeing certificated, classified, and benefits. That's the majority of our staffing costs, which is somewhere between 80-85% of our budget. And that's between the certificated or restricted and unrestricted combined. On the certificated salaries, you do see a drop there. Part of that is in the fact that we had some open positions, but actually another big chunk of it was expenditures were moved either to the restricted programs, and that's why you see restricted programs increasing by about $2 million in the blue section for certificated staffs. Additionally, we had quite a few positions where at adopted budget, we put all of our stipends under certificated salaries, but like a lot of our coaches, things of that nature are classified. And so then at first interim, we true that up and then move the salaries to where the staff is that is being paid for those positions. So you see some adjustments there. Continuing on, other items of note, I would say that you see books and supplies dropping slightly, but that's partially because when we budget, we assume some expenditures either being in supplies or contracted services. Once we actually see the activities, we adjust for that as well. And so you see some adjustments there as well. And I think the terminology we used was realignment, but that's really what we're doing there. Net result on the unrestricted side is you actually see expenditures dropping by about $700,000, but you do see the restricted side expenditures increasing by almost $11 million. Again, part of that is the $7 million recognition of all of those revenues, but also a lot of that is carryover of restricted funding. So with restricted funds, a lot of times we spend those monies over multiple years. Examples are our educator effectiveness grants, learning recovery funds, and some of those other pots. And so as those funds get carried over into the next year, then we update our expenditures to reflect spending those funds down. A lot of times there can be activities where we purchase items or we have services and they don't complete by June 30th. And so that's why a lot of times when we close the books, we see expenditures reducing, and then at first interim, we put them back in because now it's across fiscal years, we have to recognize them in the next fiscal year. So it's a lot of that accounting cleanup. We always say first interim is kind of our real first budget to reflect true activities, and that's what you're seeing here. The one thing I would recognize is on the certificated and classified salaries, open positions are always put 100% in the budget at adopted budget. We are now at first interim, and like we talked about, it's more or less through October. And so any open positions that we currently still have in the district, we've reduced the cost of those positions by about 40%. So that's what you're seeing, also some savings there associated with all of the open positions that are currently still unfilled. And then at second interim, we would increase it again. I think we do it at 80%. And then when we have estimated actuals, we more or less close out those open positions. The idea there is there is a likelihood, or there's an opportunity at least, to continue to hire positions. And so we want the budget to reflect that. But in true actual numbers, we do know that probably some of those expenditures are overstated because we will not fill all positions. So continuing on, thank you. I pushed the button like I was controlling it. The next slide is bringing the revenues and the expenditures together. What you're seeing here is, again, a comparison of the adopted budget, which is the budget development, the first interim budget, and then the difference between them. The big area that we always focus on is the unrestricted, or the yellow columns. Looking at it, adopted budget, you see that we had an estimated $13.7 million deficit. That number has dropped to just a shade under $11 million. So it's about a $2.7 million difference, primarily due to the additional revenues that we talked about with LCFF and the expenditures adjustments. So that's good. We're going in the right direction there, so the deficit is decreasing. I anticipate at second interim that hopefully that 10.9 number will continue to decrease some related to the open positions that still remain unfilled, and then hopefully we also tighten up other expenditure lines and activities that don't get spent, and we tighten the numbers up there. But we do have a deficit. We are still projecting a deficit of almost $11 million at first interim. So continuing on. So bringing that back together, you can see that our ending fund balance is about $69 million, and that's the bottom line there. That is both unrestricted and restricted. But what you want to recognize is half of it, about 32 million and some change there, is from restricted accounts. So those are the accounts where they are very specific on what we can use those funds for, and for very specific purposes. A good chunk of that is related to site donation fundraisers, activities such as that, and then a lot of one-time pots of money that we've received from the state for different activities as well. The committed section is unrestricted funds that have been identified for specific purposes. So you can see the different resources there that we have established. And so the board has established those activities, or they're for specific purposes. The single largest one is the $6.2 million in supplemental funds. That is, again, pots of money that come as part of LCFF, specifically targeting our unduplicated students. That is about $2 million less than the adopted budget number. And that's because of the fact that we are deficit spending in that pot, because we are allocating additional resources to our school sites. And we're trying to spend that money down in a very strategic way. But we're trying to get the money out to the site, to the school sites, and to the programs that are needed. Continuing on, you can see that we have about $11 million, just a shade under, that is our economic reserve, that's our 3%. And then we have about 3.8 million, it's the economic uncertainty. That's more or less the remaining funds that aren't assigned to any specific committed area. And that's money that's going to help cover the deficits for the out years, and other purposes like negotiations, things like that. So continuing on. Multi-year projection. So as part of one of our responsibilities, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. As part of our responsibility, we have to not only look at the current year, but 2 years out. And so we're, again, looking at broken down by revenues and expenditures. And this is both unrestricted and restricted combined. And it also includes all of our assumptions when it comes to the COLA, or cost of living adjustment from the state, our UPP, or unduplicated percentage, and enrollment growth. And so you can see that there, and funded ADA level. And you can see on the revenues, we are projecting some good revenue increases, 13 million in 25-26, and another 15 million combined in 26-27. That's primarily driven by two items, the COLA increase and our enrollment growth, and attendance, higher attendance level because of that. And you can see there, we are projecting a COLA of 2.93. I will tell you, for next year, the Legislative Analyst Office has come out, and I think their number is 2.47. And so that's already lower than what we used as a projection. If that is true, then obviously we will put the lower number in, and that will decrease some of the revenue. So it's something, as we talked about, it's a snapshot in time, but we have not received an updated number. We won't get that until we get the governor's budget in January. And at that time, we will update the COLA numbers accordingly. You do see in 26-27, there's a projection of a 3.08, but the big number that really is impacting a lot of the revenue is also the enrollment increase. You can see almost 600 kids is what, 591 students is what we're projecting for next year, and then almost another 485 in 26-27. That's a huge revenue generator as well. Of course, correspondingly, we have additional expenditures, if you want to go to the next slide, that we have to look at. So what you're looking at here is you see certificated salaries, classified salaries going up from adopted budget to from first interim to projection for next year. That's primarily due to a couple things. First, it's step and column. So we have a salary increases automatically built into our salary schedules. So those raises are reflective in there. Also, we have a situation where we had in first interim budget, we removed 40% of open positions. Well, we have to put those positions back when we build the budget. So now we're putting back any position that we plan that is going to be open for 25-26. We're going to show it in there as full cost. And then also with 400 or 500 new students, we have to have additional staffing. So we do a ratio and include additional staff associated with those students. Because anytime you have those students, you need to have extra teachers and classified staff as well. So that's why you see a pretty big jump in cost for 25-26. 25-26 does not include any negotiated salary increases as well, and we will be open for negotiations again. So that will be on top of the numbers that you see here. For 26-27, you actually do see a drop on the certificated salaries. Primarily that is due to the fact that in 25-26 and 24-25, we are funding quite a few positions using one-time money. It's the Learning Recovery Block Grant that we received. We're using that money for teachers on special assignment with a lot of our mentor programs and mentoring of our new teacher induction programs, along with staffing at all of our sites for different levels for multi-tiered systems of support coaches and some other activities. In 26-27, the funding goes away. So at this point, we've also correspondingly reduced for those positions. So that is something we need to talk about long-term is if those positions will be continued, they're not reflective in the 26-27 budget. Okay. Down at the bottom, you can see some of the information. We do see slight increases in our statutory costs for PERS. That's our retirement benefits. STRS is shown flat at 19.1, and our employment rate stays flat as well. So those are just some of the projections that we use, or numbers we use for our projections. So next slide. We bring it all together again, and then this time we're looking at the blue instead of the yellow. Looking at the unrestricted, you can see for 24-25, we talked about that almost $11 million deficit, but you can see that number does drop to about $9 million in 25-26, pre-negotiated settlements or anything else, and then it's dropping in 26-27 to about $4 million, leaving us about a $23 million ending fund balance. Now that is enough to meet our 3%, because remember we have a $10 million deficit or $10 million economic reserve we may have to have. But keep in mind that when on the previous slide where we looked at all of the different accounts we had reserved money for, there isn't enough money to cover all of those reserves. So that's something we have to keep in mind as well. We meet the economic reserve, but we may not have the money available in all of the different reserves that we have. And some of them, like supplemental funds, we need to make sure that those monies are still reserved for the students of need that we identify. So textbook adoptions, transportation, technology, other things that we had money reserved for that we may have to, if the budget was to completely follow this process, there would not be enough funds to have those reserve levels for all of those things. Now, what I will tell you is that the 25-26 and 26-27 assume full staffing and some other pieces. So there is some savings associated with that as well, right? So it gives and takes a little bit in the budget. And I would never want to take this out and look at it in 26-27 and see how far I'm off, because there is nothing but assumptions built onto that third year. So at the best case scenario, it's giving you just kind of a general idea of where you're going as a district, right? So we see our deficit decreasing because of the growth in the district and the additional revenues associated with that. But it also assumes that the state will be able to fully fund our COLAs and some other things. But looking at that, I would say also, though, we're probably in better shape than a lot of districts because we have that growth in additional enrollment with our students. So if you want to continue on. This slide just summarizes all the other funds we have in the district. You can see going across, we have a charter school, adult ed, other programs. You do see some net increase decreases the fund balance where it's negative. We are monitoring that. I would say a lot of those are conservative assumptions as well. Like example, cafeterias, for example, we show almost a $1.8 million deficit there. Part of that is because we're intentionally doing some one-time purchases and activities because we have a significant ending fund balance there. So remember, the only way you can spend down that money down in that blue section is to deficit spend. So but normally we're trying to do that with one-time activities, right? Because that's one-time money. So the way we do that is to spend down the money in the beginning balance, the $9 million in the cafeteria, and we're buying new stoves or new equipment or whatever the case may be, we have to spend more than we're taking in, and that's how you access those funds. So just continuing on. Deferred maintenance pot is the pot we use along with our routine repair maintenance to do a lot of the upkeep and repair of our campuses beyond our annual work that isn't beyond the bond funds. You can see our transportation funds. And then building funds 21 through 40 is the bond funds. So, and then student care is part of our after-school program associated along with our expanded learning opportunity program and our ACES program. That's the fee portion of our after-school programs that we have. So you can continue on. So in closing, where we are as a district, positive at first interim. We made our 3% economic reserve for the next 2 years, the current year and the next 2 years out. We do have an unrestricted deficit that we continue to need to monitor. Hopefully that number will continue to decrease and attendance rates and enrollment will continue to grow to help offset that. But as something we continue to monitor. And then our next big timeline is in January where we will have the governor's proposal for 25-26. That's when we'll get our first COLA from the governor and whether they'll be able to fully fund that and then any other new programs or services that come with the budget. So.
Right, thank you, Sean.
Welcome.
Any questions from the board?
Not a question, just a comment. I want to say thank you for all of your hard work. After being at the CSBA conference, we are far better off than many districts, and we are not having to make decisions that other districts are making. So that's a across the board thank you for all of this work, but then what makes our schools want these students, or the students want to come to our schools, so.
Yeah, and I want to echo that in our board of directors meeting with CSBA. They were kind of envious of what we were doing. Just a quick question about the governor's budget proposal. When do you think that'll come out? Is it mid-January?
There's a specific date, and I actually go to the next slide if you don't mind real quick, please. I think I might actually have the date on there. And does it have it? No, I don't have the actual date. So I know it's normally like the second week in January. There's a constitutional date that the governor has to provide it by. So it's normally around the 12th or 14th or somewhere around that range. It feels
yeah, because I know CSBA, they're going to be meeting and talking about the budget, and but that's toward the end of the month?
Yes.
So
yeah, everybody normally wants a little time. So normally those presentations are a week or two out after the governor's presentation because then they can get the details. Governor talks at a very high level about it, and then people want to get into the nitty gritty on how they're trying to balance the budget.
yeah, I'm pretty sure probably when we have our meeting, it'll be a pretty deep dive into it. Taking it out to the public, any comments? All right, I'll break.
I do have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Actually, I have 3 quick questions, and I apologize.
And 27 parts, go.
No, I apologize for putting you on the spot. So just a guesstimate is all I'm looking for.
Okay.
And I'll just, actually, the 3 questions are, how many years have we done deficit spending? Are we anticipating the need for deficit spending going forward? And how long is deficit spending sustainable for our district?
Okay, so first question, last year when we actually closed the books, as a combined unrestricted, restricted, we did have a deficit. But if you looked at just the unrestricted last year, we ended actually with a surplus. So in the 4 years I've been here, I think 3 of the 4 years we've had a deficit on the unrestricted side. But if you looked at the budget as a whole, we would show deficits every year. So it really depends sometimes on timing of the activities. It sometimes depends on, for last year, a piece of it was that we had a couple of larger activities that on the capital side, the big ticket items that we were paying for some activities were moved over. Some purchases were moved over, so that created some savings. Money fell out when it came to the fact that our interest calculation was higher. The way our county allocates our interest, they give us a last accrual after our last assumption, and so some additional revenues came in from there. So it's things like that that can ebb and flow. So what I would tell you is that last year there was an unrestricted surplus, but a total deficit when you looked at our total budget. With regards to how long we can, and I forgot what the second part was, but last one was how long can we deficit spend? It depends. It really depends on whether or not the deficit is at a manageable level. and that you're seeing that deficit getting smaller each year, which we need to be able to do, because it depends on if our attendance rates can grow or not. It depends on whether or not we fill all of our open positions. That, when we're looking at the expenditures up there, that's assuming in the out years, all positions being filled. And we are getting better. I know we looked at numbers today, and a lot of the positions that have historically been filled, like unfilled, like our instructional aides for special ed and some of our other specialized services, the HR team's been working diligently to fill those, and we're seeing a lot of good movement there, which is great for staff and for the sites. For my budget, it makes my budget tighter. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. So what I would tell you is you could potentially deficit spend for the next 5 years if you're only deficit spending $3, right? If you're deficit spending $30 million, well, we probably can't make a year, right? So it's how we're managing that deficit and making sure that we have a plan long-term to get out of it, which for us, our plan has been focused mostly on trying to be responsible with the funds we have, not try to overextend ourselves, use one-time funds for one-time purposes. And then at the end of the day, what we do is hopefully the growth and the additional ADA that's coming for those, once you offset the cost of the staff and everything else that has to come and the instructional materials that we have to have for those students, that additional revenue is what's filling the gap on the deficit. And so that's where we're at as a process. So I couldn't give you an estimate. I can tell you that looking at it out, if you had one more year of a deficit, if you're in that $5 million range and we had 20-something million, you're still meeting your 3%, but now you're diving into the reserves we have for textbook adoptions. You're diving into the reserves we have for Chromebook replacements. You understand what I mean there? And so yes, we meet our 3% economic reserve for the budget, but then are we not able to fulfill all of our financial needs that we have to have a program that's robust enough for our students? So that's what we have to balance.
Okay, yeah, and I think you answered my second question a couple of different ways, which was whether we were anticipating the need for deficit spending going forward, and my take was it depends on a number of factors. Yeah. But it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps the level of deficit spending that we have done in the recent past is not a level we can sustain.
Yeah, the $10 million level, that would eat us up pretty quick. But you saw there it was transitioning off. Also that, the $10 or $11 million, and I'm only focusing on the unrestricted side, keep in mind. On the unrestricted side, one of the things though that we do have to talk about is, and we have time on this and we're working because we're also looking at the one-time pots of monies we have. As the final one-time pots of monies leave, if we want to continue the services that are in there, right now they're not in the budget. So that is a shift of several $1 million that we have to figure out how do we afford to continue to offer provide those supports and services. So that would be on top of anything else we have, any other programs that, if we identify as a district or the board wants to do a program, that's extra cost as well, right? So we have to think about that. And then on top of it, we also need to make sure that we take care of our staff with negotiations and ensuring compensation, it continues to meet a certain level, so.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Anything from the public? All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Anything online, Martha? I'm sorry. All right. We'll bring it back to the board. We'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse.
I'll second.
Second by Student Board Member Merrill. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Board carries 5-0.
Right. Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, but you got me for one more item.
One more item.
Sure. All right, so let's go 12B, approve district site staffing ratio, supplemental funding allocation to sites and budget guidelines for the 25-26 year.
So believe it or not, we're already starting to work on 25-26 budget. And the reason why we're working in this timeline is because We have a lot of requirements and deadlines with regards to staffing, with our March 15th cutoff and some of the other pieces. And so we want to make sure that we can get this information out to our school sites and our leaders there as soon as possible. And so we've already given them a draft, but we wanted to make sure that we get this to the board. And this has already gone to the Budget Advisory Committee, and Cabinet has looked at this as well. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. Let me see if it's working this time. And so just the first couple slides are kind of boilerplate. This is our LCAP, our goals for our LCAP. And this should be driving our decision-making when it comes to staffing and budgeting. So next slide. Also, our equity questions. These are core pieces, and this really ties back to the supplemental funding and the services that we're providing for our students, right? Continue on. So the next slide here just talks about the changes for staffing ratios for 25-26. So we have a staffing form. It is attached to the presentation you have, and it's hyperlinked. And I'm not going to bring it up, but you've seen it before, where it just more or less breaks out by elementary, middle school, and high school, comprehensive high school, and then alternative program, different staffing ratios. And so we really love this document because it really standardizes our ability as enrollment changes, as we see changes to a school site. We can adjust staffing corresponding to a very consistent methodology. Additionally, in there are staffing for using supplemental funds for targeting our unduplicated sites based off of UPP percentages at our school sites. So we have that as well. So a couple of things. The last time this came to the board was last December. And so since then, we did add a couple of things to it for 24-25. So I just want to recognize that. One was the school nurse allocation. We always had a school nurse allocation. We had just never put it on the sheet. So we did add that to the sheet. And then we did add another position called the athletic clerk. And that was a position at our comprehensive high schools to support our athletic directors. Reason for that position was we really did identify the number of student athletes and the number of coaches that we have has just continued to grow. And the paperwork associated with that, between the human resources and all the certifications that the coaches have to do, it's cumbersome and it's intense. And so to ensure that our students could have the access to their programs, and then to ensure that the coaches on the campuses were cleared appropriately, we needed to bring in additional supports to our athletic directors. And so we provided these clerk positions. We saw it really as a risk management and also just overall safety item for our students. So proposed changes for the upcoming year. We did create a minimum student enrollment for the elementary formula. And the reason for that was we do have some school sites that have pretty low enrollment numbers. And because of that, we worked with the school site, and because of the assistance they already received through supplemental funds, Title I, and other pots, it felt like the assistant principal was not a position needed once you get so small or a certain level. So we just added a minimum threshold. Additionally, we had a minimum threshold before for bilingual aids. You had to have, I forget the number, you had to have so many identified English language learners to get any bilingual aid support, and we found that wasn't appropriate. There was, school sites that only had maybe 10, 15 kids, but they still needed that support. And so we eliminated that minimum threshold, and we went ahead and allocated those supports to those sites. The reason why it was in there in place originally was we didn't have a ton of bilingual aids in the district, and so it was very hard to divvy up 2 hours a week or 4 hours a week to a school site to support those students. But with the supplemental funds, and we see a lot of sites using their funds, the discretionary supplemental funds, to augment or add on to the bilingual aids, we do see now that we have a big enough pool of aids that we have the ability to cover all school sites, which is great. And so, expansion of it and program need is the priority on that. All of our allocations for next year are based off of this year's CBEDs. So we do that in October. So remember, that's our snapshot in time. And what we always do is, if a school site has a dramatic change to the good, like their enrollment numbers increase or something, or their EL identified population changes or special ed population changes, if they increase students, we will always make an adjustment or augmentation during that year. But we hold people harmless if they decrease, which is something we put in place in the last few years to make sure that people have whatever they're building now is what they will have. They don't have to worry about us coming back and taking money back during the year, which is a horrible situation. And so you can see that it was approximately overall through all the different allocations on our site allocations, the sites received direct dollars as well for discretionary purposes. It's approximately about a 4% increase. So that's for things like custodial, library, professional development that they want to do, site specific, then their site supplies for their teachers, and their other services that they have, paper, copy machines, things like that. So the net increase of that 4% across the board is about $93,000. And a lot of that is tied directly to what costs are. So the 4% is an average. Custodial got more than 4% because we saw an increase in cost in all of the plastic goods, waist liners, gloves, things of that nature. So it's kind of an average. We try to be reflective of what the real world cost is on some of that stuff. So for our sites. Okay, next slide. So site supplemental funding allocation. So this is now going to be, I believe, coming in to 25-26. This will be the third year of this allocation. And remember, this is a allocation directly to the school sites based off of their unduplicated pupils. And then the funding then is they include it in part of their single plan for student achievement. Single plan for student achievement, their SIPSA. And they have to identify how those funds will be used. The biggest change that we're looking at is we did a slight increase of 3% on a per pupil basis, but the other big change was we created a minimum threshold. A lot of our school sites, I would say specifically on our Folsom site, those schools had a small population, 40, 50, 60 students, and at that on a per pupil basis, their UPP was not high enough. They would only be getting somewhere in the neighborhood of $12,000, $15,000, $17,000, $20,000. What we heard from those sites is that that wasn't enough money to really be able to do a program for those students. So, and the reason for that, there's kind of a minimum amount you need to have to be able to implement a program that's going to be an intervention or support program for students of need, right? And so if I'm only getting $17,000, yeah, I have 50 kids, but $17,000 is not enough time to even hire a support position or whatever the case may be. And so what we're doing here is creating a minimum threshold so that those sites have that amount. And we're making it so that we really, all sites, even if you're a low UPP percentage, you need to make sure we're getting services to those students. And so that's what the minimum threshold is kind of setting up for us. And so you can see that it's a tiered system depending on the site. So the UPP level at the site, they get a larger per pupil allocation if they have a higher total population of that percentage. I do have the little note there about Theodore Judah in the fact that they have kind of a school within a school because of the academy program there. And that, and I'd like to use this as an example because this is something that happens to Folsom Cordova. If you were to just take Theodore Judah's number as a school, their UPP is a lower level. It'd be under the 50% threshold. And therefore, they would only get the 170 per unduplicated pupil. That's the same issue with Folsom Cordova. We have some schools that are well over 80, 90% unduplicated percentage at a school site. But as a district, we're around 39%. And so we do not qualify for that additional funding level, which is called concentration funding from the state. And that's unfortunate because the real whole purpose of the concentration funding is because they know as more and more of your population has that need, you need additional resources, right? You need additional services for those students. And so at the state level, they don't look at it by school. But in this case, we're kind of doing that analysis. So what we did was we looked at the students at Theodore Judah outside of the academy students who are coming in, but we're looking at the students that are neighborhood students, and then based off of that, their UPP number would be higher, and that would allow them to access more funds. And so we do make that adjustment for Theodore Judah. So if anybody from the state is listening out there or a legislator out there that's interested, we would love a change to LCFF formula because then that would bring additional revenues and dollars directly to those school sites that need it. And the funny thing is equity multiplier, which is a new funding source, it is by school site. And they do that method. They just don't do it for LCFF funding and supplemental concentration funding. So that was my soapbox speech, and you can record that and send that off to somebody. Continuing on, next slide. And these are going to be real small print, but what you're looking at here is last year's UPP percentage by school site. And then in the blue section, you're seeing this year's UPP percentage. And so this is sorted by the UPP percentage. And so you do see our highest need school by UPP, unduplicated pupil percentage, is White Rock at over 90%. And our lowest is Vista Del Lago at 8%. And then the last column of color is the change from year over year. It is interesting, and I do want to speak to the fact that you do see a lot of our schools that were on the Rancho Cordova side, they're actually dropping their percentage, and you see a lot of the Folsom schools are increasing. That is because of the methodology that we implemented for identification for unduplicated students. So in 23-24, we started a program where we included during the registration process unduplicated student, more or less a form for each parent to qualify themselves as socioeconomically disadvantaged or not. And it's as simple as this. It just asks how many people live in your home, and then the system generates, based off of the free reduced information from the federal government, whether or not your income is above or below a certain line. And if you were to say it was below a certain line, you would then qualify as unduplicated or be identified. What we're seeing is in the first year, 23-24, we weren't able to implement that from the very beginning of the school year. We actually have our registration process before the free and reduced information comes out from the federal government. So we weren't able to implement it until March. And so there were quite a few people that signed up before then. So what we had to do in that year is we made a lot of phone calls for anybody we didn't have the information for. And we got a lot of positives, I think, by making personal phone calls, right? And so it may have created identifications that were a little higher, which, benefits kids, but what, on the Rancho Cordova side, but what you see in 24-25 is we only used the online registration process for identification. What you saw was a drop in some of the Rancho Cordova schools, but what we did see is an increase in some of our lower UPP sites, probably because of the privacy of that information and people not comfortable wanting to say via phone that I qualify, but willing to check that box privately. And so then we did see increases. And really, these correlate with what our historical numbers have been. They're all higher, but they're kind of all in the same level, but they're all higher because of our methodology. Because before that, you had to actually fill out a free and reduced application form to qualify for this service, or you had to be direct certified through the state government. So overall, we're seeing, we were, I think a few years back, we were at 36%, and I want to, recognize the work of Miss Elena Cabrera and her team, Taylene and Connie Bisbee and all the teams on the fiscal side, Pam Oyen and her team, just all the different groups that brought all these things together, because now we have a system where we think we're getting better identification, better information, and better supports, right? More resources and more dollars. I mean, we were talking multiple millions of dollar increase by going from, we were around 36% before we implemented this, and now we're almost to 40%, right? So that's a 10% increase in funding. So we're talking about a couple $1 million almost. All right, next slide. When we bring all that information over, this is going to be the allocations for next year, and you can see now that there is a minimum threshold, so you see a lot of sites with the $50,000 threshold. Our highest individual site is Cordova, which receives almost $1.2 million in additional funding. Now, this funding for those yellow school sites, which are Title I sites, this is funding on top of their Title I allocations, and there are a few sites that also are getting community schools funding. And also equity multiplier funding. So there is a lot of resources that we're getting, and a lot of these are directed. The funds are directed by the site, by their site council, and through their SIPSA plan. So,
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Sean, quick question. Theodore Judah Elementary, are we potentially leaving Title I funds off the table by housing the Gate Academy there?
No, because we wouldn't get any more Title I funds. Potentially, we'd have to decide whether they qualify for Title I or not. The district can determine whether they are included or not.
Do we think it would, or have we done
No, it wouldn't bring them
analysis?
any additional. They would not bring any additional dollars into the district.
But to the site.
I think with Title I, though, you have to realize it becomes there's a lot of additional required steps and regulations that come with that. So there's pros and cons with that. It would really, what would end up happening is it would then more or less reduce the amount of funding we allocate out to all of our Title I schools. But I think by doing the additional supplemental funds, you can see they're getting well over $100,000, where before I think they were getting like 18,000 was like the original amount. I think we're in a place where I wouldn't want to speak to the specifics. Ms. Cabrera could speak to it a little bit more, but I don't know if even if we remove them, that then we would want to say that they qualify for Title I service. And we can always follow up if you would like to get more information on that. We can definitely follow up and get a little more information about that.
Yeah, I think I would like some additional information.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Good. Next slide. Yep. We'll keep on going. You can see over $13.5 million is allocated in supplemental funding to sites. The site discretionary pot is $5.3 million. That's an increase of over $600,000 over the prior year. That's the money that the sites themselves specifically determine priorities with. The other $8 million is staffing that we give them. So assistant principals, if you're a high enough UPP, an additional intervention teacher UPP, additional health clerk time or other support time, parent coordinators, all of that comes through the district allocation of supplemental funds through that staffing ratio. And then on top of it, the sites prioritize another $5.3 million. So, and then along with all the other pots that you can see there, there is a lot of dollars and, specialization, priority of need, the unique nature of every school site and those students that the sites and the principals and the teachers and the staff there have the ability to participate in making decisions on. So, next slide. Other item on here is our budget guidelines document. So this is the document that more or less starts from the beginning, and it says, remember, majority of our budget is assumptions. It's assumption based. And so we want to have a standard that everybody can understand and follow along with what we are using to determine the revenue, the attendance rates, the expenditures, those types of things. And so you do have the budget guideline document as well. It is attached, and it's also that hyperlink there for you if you need it. One of the only real big change that we did for 25-26, in fact, I think it's the only change, is we included specific language on how we allocate expenditures to our Title I programs. So with Title I, it's a federal program, and it requires that we do not charge a full cost of a high-priced teacher. The concern at the federal level is that you would take your most expensive teacher and throw them in Title I. And so the federal government says, no, you have to you can't charge more than your average cost of a teacher. So we included that language in these budget guidelines so that when we get our audits that come annually almost with regards to our title program, we have clear explanation to our auditors on our process. We've been already doing this. We just included that additional language in our budget guidelines. The other thing I included in here that was new last year is our negotiated settlements. So when we build the budget for next year, if we do not have a settlement in place, we will allocate some additional dollars specifically tied to negotiations for our labor groups. And so we will put that in there. Hopefully we'll be already settled and that won't matter, but that is something that we do have in place as well. So next slide. You see timelines there just with regards to the site allocations. So in January, February, we're going to start meeting with all of our school sites. Every single school site we meet with to go over their SIPSAs and specifically their staffing allocations with those supplemental dollars and how they're going to spend that money. And then we also work through the LCAP process, and Ms. Cabrera and her team are working on that. So next slide. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Any additional questions from the board? All right, take it out to the public. Were there any public? All right, we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Larrett,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse, Superintendent.
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll go down to discussion action item C, and this is coming back to us. It's, approve revised board policy 0410, non-discrimination in district programs and activities. Superintendent.
Yeah, so I'll give a little brief reminder of the context of this is, one, this came to our district, like many other districts, because of a change in the federal law, Title IX, and we are under FPM audit coming in the spring, so that puts a little bit of a time-sensitive nature to amending this board policy or updating this board policy to be in line with the law. So as you can see down on the rationale, we brought this to the policy subcommittee in the beginning of October, and then it was on the board agenda on 11/7, but we pulled it on 11/7 to put it back on 11/21, so there was a little more time for review. The board, under this item, was a discussion action item, had a lot of discussion about this. There were two main salient points that were brought up for this board policy, along with the next one that you guys will be reviewing, 1312.3. It was around the input that the district had on this board policy. And just naming here too, which we all know, but I'll just say out loud, is that board policy is the what of our work and the admin regulations is the how of our work. And so when we were discussing these two board policies, we brought up some admin regulations that may be more honed in on what some of the questions were from the board. But as you can see on the rationale, we took it from the dais on 11/21, and it was then reviewed by our equity leaders and curriculum advisory on December 11th. And then it came back to the policy subcommittee on 12/12 with input from those two committees. At the end of the policy subcommittee, we referred to the ARs to assure this team that there is the language that was an interest of Trustee Reed around age appropriateness. But for the specific adaptations or amendments from 11/21 to now, after going through the committee work, Dr. Ogden, I would love to refer to you for some of the language changes or updates. Oh, he's good. No, you're okay. He's good there. Yeah, it's not a presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. We did meet with, actually, Dr. Peace and Dr. Huber met with the subcommittees and reviewed these new board policies. And we did talk quite a bit about, the role of the board in setting board policy. We discussed, and this was actually, I think, very helpful for the committees to sort of learn how board policies are created. For example, the first one we're talking about, the Title IX for the federal government was amended in April of 2024. So when the federal government amended Title IX, the California School Board Association then looked at their template of what all school boards should have in their board policies, and they updated it. And so there's over 1,000 school districts, as you know, and so they all look at this policy as sort of the template to use. And these are what we would call fundamental policies, because based on these policies, we provide definitions that are used in other board policies and in other ARs. So when we looked at this together with the teams, there was some changes that were suggested from the last time we brought it forward to the board. So if you go to the green and red and yellow page, you'll see about 3 sentences down, it says, or a group based on race, color, creed, ancestry, nationality, national origin. The version we brought to the board at the last board meeting did not have the word creed. And creed is actually used by our equity committee in their equity language. Creed is different than religion. Creed can be a belief system without a religion. And so the equity team felt that creed should remain, and so we left it here for the board based on their feedback. Also, if you go down to that same paragraph, you can see down on the bottom right of that paragraph, geographic location, followed by or socioeconomic status. Neither of those were amended in Title IX, nor are they part of the UCP process as protected classes. However, this is the language that's reflected in our equity language, and so we felt we would be consistent with our own equity language. However, there could be a situation where someone would file a complaint based on these classes, and we would have to use a different vehicle than the UCP process. So those are the changes that I brought
Yes.
forward.
Thank you, Don.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed?
More of a statement than a question. I'm satisfied with the staff's analysis of the ARs and whether the ARs address my concern. So I will be voting for these. I would just, I guess, make an observance that CSBA does a really good job, and I really appreciate all the work they do, but sometimes their drafting is confusing and perhaps could be clearer and more to the point. I think this board policy and the next board policy are examples of that. But again, that being said, this is obviously a good policy and one that we should support. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other questions from the board? Take it out to the public. I see none online. We'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Board Member George. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go now to item 12D, and that's coming back to us. Approve revised board policy B21312.3, uniform complaint procedure. Superintendent?
Yes, all the context I provided for 0410 is also applies here, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Ogden to talk about the updates from the committee work.
There's only one update on this, and so if we were to pull up the page, please. So if you go to item, basically this has to do with our uniform complaint procedure. This is a statutory procedure, so we have to follow the federal regulations on this. And in it, it provides the specific reasons you can file a uniform complaint, or what we call a UCP. If you go down to complaint item number 10, one of the pieces of feedback that we got from Dr. Peace and her team was when you look at this, it's pretty well annotated with education code. However, when we got to item 10, where it talks about additionally discrimination includes, but it's not limited to, the board's adoption approval of textbooks, that actually was driven by Senate Bill 153. And so we added that. We added Senate Bill 153, 2024. And just for the board's knowledge going forward, Assembly bills and Senate bills, the numbers are refreshed every year. So you have to put the year next to it. So Senate Bill 153 in 2024 is different than Senate Bill 153 in 2023 or 2022. So you'll notice that when we put ed code or penal code, those typically are just the numbers. But when we're talking an Assembly bill or a Senate bill, we'll typically put the year next to it.
All right. Thank you, Don. Any other questions from the board? All right, we'll take it out to the public. Online, none. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse, second by Mr. Charlam-Churla. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Right, we'll move on to item E. Adopt resolution number 12172415 concerning order of seniority of certificated employees for surrendering paid probationary service on the same day. Superintendent?
Yeah, so as it says in the rationale, this is a routine annual notice to employees defining the process used to create seniority list. I believe, Dr. Ogden, this is about tie breaking. And it's something that comes to the board every year.
Yes, what we do is we establish a tie-breaking criteria when we basically draw a seniority list annually. We did add a couple of items here just to clarify. We clarified what the new titles are for some special ed positions. Item D, 4, 5, and 6 are now ed specialist, extensive support needs, ed specialist, mild to moderate support needs, ed specialist, mild, moderate, or special ed learning handicapped. So it's basically the same positions that were there before, but just with the new titles. Also on Roman numeral 2A5, we also added meeting TK requirements. And on item 2, Roman numeral 2A7, we added CTE along with designated subjects.
Okay, thank you, Don. Any questions from the board? This is pretty routine. We'll take it out to the public. Any questions? None online. We'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Clerk, before we go, I think, is this being reviewed with your group and your association?
Sure.
Thank you for asking.
Mr. Ogden goes ahead and invites me for the last couple of years to go ahead and draw names out of little envelopes. His staff is very good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, any other questions? All right, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion on this one.
Moved by Board Member Charlam-Chella, and entertain a second.
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Sir, Miss George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we'll move on to item 13, discussion, employee housing. Thought that was dead, but I guess not. Superintendent?
Yeah, well, the team brought this back up on August 1st at our board meeting. And there's an interest because the governor has, as you'll see in the rationale, the governor has mentioned this, and we see a little bit of growing interest, which Trustee Reed, I think you'll share about what you learned at CSBA. Our team, Dr. Ogden, has done a lot of work around this and reaching out to the bargaining units as well as understanding what's happening in our different cities around housing. I guess in sum for us, we're not seeing an appetite currently for housing as it would be something that is a detriment to people applying for jobs in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And also, in addition, as we do exit surveys for folks that are leaving our district, affordable housing isn't ever on top of mind for them as well. So we as a district currently feel this isn't a top priority for us, but we also know that with the ever-changing landscape of the economy, it's probably something that we should continue to keep an eye on. But we're currently in a growth of purchasing land for schools, not building on them. So that would be our opinion. But I'll turn it back to the team because this is a discussion item.
Any questions from the board?
I have, yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed?
I would like to share some thoughts and observations on employee housing. I'm sure it does not come as a surprise that I have an interest in this subject matter since it is the second time that I've asked it to be discussed as an agenda item in the past 3 years. So what's driving my interest? For the last 4 years, I've attended employee housing presentations at the annual CSBA conference. The first class I attended, which I believe was in 2021, was lightly attended. Based on my recollection, maybe 20 people max attended that session. 2 weeks ago, the CSBA class I attended had close to 200 in attendance. Why the increase in interest and attention? I think it's a confluence of multiple factors, including one, the prohibitive cost of living throughout the state of California, where districts' salaries are unable to keep pace with the cost of purchasing a house or even renting an apartment. The average cost of a house in Folsom is $779,000, which is 120% higher than the national average. The average apartment is approximately $2,000, which is 28% higher than the national average. 2, the teacher and staff shortage causing districts to look at their benefit structure is also driving the interest. Why is there a teacher shortage? Well, there are many factors, but clearly compensation is one of them. Third, CSBA has been actively promoting the employee housing concept, including a dedicated page on their website. Perhaps as a result of this advocacy, since 2022, 2 districts have opened dedicated housing for their employees, and 5 more districts are adding housing by 2027. It should also be noted that from 2002 to 2021, only 2 districts offered employee housing, so clearly we are entering a period of rapid change. I would also note that one of our sister districts in Sacramento County, Twin Rivers Unified School District, just this past week announced an exploratory effort to pursue employee housing. 4, the increased knowledge that the choice to pursue employee housing is not a choice between funds for salaries and funds for housing. CSBA is doing its best to communicate it is not an either-or scenario. You can build housing without the use of general funds. 5, CSBA has been doing outreach to the various state unions that represent district employees to gain their support of employee housing initiatives. Several of these state unions have agreed to support these initiatives, and I understand the conversations are continuing with the others. To conclude my thoughts, I'm not asking for any immediate action. It's just discussion today, but even I'm not looking for it to come back for immediate action. But I guess what I'm asking the district to do is not to discount the idea. I would like the district and its unions to keep this concept on its radar and periodically analyze the practicality for its adoption. As part of the process of keeping this on our radar, I would like the board to consider inviting CSBA representatives to come to FCUSD to put on an informational meeting where various stakeholders in the community would have an opportunity to learn more about the concept and to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Either between me and Kara, or I believe I could probably pull somebody from Region 6 to come out and do a presentation and talk a little bit more about the housing. But I did have a question, Superintendent, or maybe this should be a Don Ogden question. And I don't recall us talking about the price of housing when we went to North Carolina and talked to future recruits that we were trying to recruit to come out to the district. Has that been a question from potential teachers who want to come in to the district?
The Sacramento area is not looked at as, if you're going to come to California, it's reasonably priced housing in Sacramento in California. So, and as a matter of fact, when we did visit some of the colleges back east, when we talked about our housing, it wasn't, they were sort of shocked at what the housing was. They thought it'd be $1 million, $2 million, beachfront property,
Well, I think they
from
were
California. So
when they associated California, and I talked to a couple of them, they immediately thought L.A. and San Diego,
exactly.
and those
San
prices.
Francisco,
Like I think one of those persons that we talked to actually accepted a job in L.A. And then she was talking about, well, yeah, the housing will be okay, not on a teacher's salary, but I'm just wondering if those questions are being asked by people that we are recruiting on how the housing is and how expensive it is.
Well, it's on the mind of everybody,
Sure.
right? The cost of housing is on the mind of everybody. I think in Rancho Cordova and Folsom, we have unique solutions. So, and I shared with the board in the rationale, there's multiple affordable housing projects in Folsom right now as we speak, and I listed some of them there. There's more than that. There's also there also are some affordable housing projects in Rancho Cordova, and I met with, or I've talked to Stefan Heisler, who's their housing manager, a couple of times. And most recently, when I spoke with him, he did share that there's another housing project that's about 82 units off of Sunrise that's available right now. And there's another one on the books to probably, get construction going in 2026. In Folsom, the company that does a lot of the housing that I listed is St. Anton, and Matt Washburn and I met with St. Anton and talked to them, and we're in communication with them about projects they have ongoing. Their last project that they sent us, the Bidwell Place, they actually sent it to us before it went out to the public, and we sent it out to staff. And so staff could have qualified. So, with the local people that are providing affordable housing, we've already, started developing that network and are sharing that information with staff as we get it.
Just a follow-up question on that. I know when Bidwell Place was opening and that went out to staff, was there any staff that took up the opportunity to apply prior?
No one told me that they did.
Okay.
But what's interesting is once you get with, you get on the list with Bidwell Place, there's other affordable housing that St. Anton does. So you start, learning where the different places are. So I just think bringing that awareness to staff, that there are options in both Folsom and Rancho Cordova is really what we were trying to do.
Awesome. Any other questions, comments from the board?
I just want to understand the conceptually, how deep we are talking about this housing with our 2,000 plus employees. Is there an option like this? I'm going to be probably talking the millennials, the young generation. They can't afford in Folsom. They can't. So that's probably my point here, how deep we are going. I know no staff has responded. Since I'm coming from the city side, I know those affordable projects, and there is 2 big projects, 256 units on South Side 50. Same St. Anton is built. But how deep? That's probably the only question. Maybe we have to take, bull by the horn, at least to tell them these are all the details. Maybe a workshop. I agree with, for teachers and, classified staff, everybody. That's good that St. Anton, when I meet them next time, I'll thank them one more time for, number one, coming to the Folsom, right? Number 2, offering us as a first time. I sincerely think for young teachers we are looking at, I think this can be a anchor for them to reel into Folsom Cordova Unified School District. So that's what I'm thinking, not knowing all the details inside.
I think it would be worth having maybe an informational meeting. In the past, when it has been put out there, I don't think there has been interest from our staff. And so your question on how deep, that depends on if staff actually wants it. And I think that it's more of a question of why wouldn't they want affordable housing? And so looking at the big picture of this, and do staff want their landlord to also be their employer? And then that creates a situation where it's a different dynamic and a different relationship, that you are now working within the same people that are controlling your housing. And so do you want to put yourself in a situation? And I think that previously or in the years past, maybe a lack of trust or a situation where you're not feeling comfortable with where you are as an employee. Do you want to then sign a contract to lease your home from them as well? Well, I think that trust is starting to improve. But I think that in the past has been a hindrance to this conversation continuing. And so while having an information meeting and seeing, is there any interest? Is this something to go deeper in a conversation? If 3 people show up, it's probably not something that we should be spending our time on. If 300 people show up, then it might be worth having that conversation and figuring it out. So I think, but in the past, this has been put out there, and I don't think that it closes any doors of conversation, but I think that this needs to be a staff-driven situation. If staff is wanting this and brings it back to us and says, hey, let's start this conversation now, then maybe that's where it's driven from the staff requesting it rather than us requesting it for them.
Agree. The one thing probably I can say it in last 3-4 years, the housing market, rental market skyrocketed for various reasons. Maybe, opening the doors. And also, Mr. Ogden, I know you mentioned when we do the exit interviews, none of them are, putting this as their hindrance for leaving because they can't afford. But when we go to the new recruitments, again, I'm going to focus on the young generation. But we need more teachers into our society, right? That's what I always type when I was on the other side. We need more firefighters. We need more police, young generation. When we put our request out there, housing is also a benefit we are providing. That's where I think I want to hear. That's where that gives us the more a tangible way. Again, Mr. Reed, you're saying we don't want to sleep this one right now, but I saw you were sincerely going to this housing sessions at the CSBA when we were at Southern Cal. Yeah. So I recommend maybe doing a little bit more outreach sincerely to the new generations.
Yeah, clearly, when you look at the average cost of housing in Folsom or even in Rancho Cordova, what employee is going to, unless they have a significant other, being a spouse or someone else, is going to be able to afford $779,000 house? They're not. Let's be realistic. And so they probably could afford a $2,000 apartment, but maybe not all our employees, but majority of them might be able to. But by not having below market apartment opportunities, what we're depriving our employees of is the ability to build equity or the ability to save money so that they can afford to buy real estate and build equity. And that's my concern. I think that any employee in this district that wants to own property should be able to, at some point, own property. Now, obviously, I think this is perhaps a bigger impediment for recent graduates, probably, the employees who are later in their careers. Well, let's face it, the real estate values were significantly lower when they started their careers. And again, I think the advantage of having CSBA come in, and by the way, they have an entire team that will come in. They have a package delivery that they will come in and explain the concept. Because I know, for example, there are many different options. There are options where it's not built on school district property. There are options where, and in fact, out of the, let me see, there was the out of the 9 districts in the state that either have adopted or will be adopting in the next 2 years, not a single district is the landlord. They contract out with an agency that runs everything. So there's absolutely zero contact with the district on it. So, I think part of it is really educational, letting people really understand. There's a lot of myths out there that aren't correct. There's a lot of assumptions out there that aren't correct. And the only way to clear that up is to educate them. And I'm not the right person to educate them, but CSBA has a dedicated team that can provide that education.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Just a question, Board Member Reed. When you went to the workshop, did any of them say if they were from a suburban or rural area.
Give me just one quick second. I have a screenshot that will answer that question. Let's see. All right, so let's see. The first district to adopt it was in Santa Clara. The second was LA Unified. So the first one was Santa Clara Unified, second one was LA Unified. Santa Clara was in 2002, and then they did a second tier in 2009. Santa Clara obviously is the Silicon Valley, so you can understand that. Los Angeles Unified did theirs in 2015. Let's see, Jefferson Union High School District opened theirs in 2022. And Salinas Union High School District opened theirs in 2023. Jefferson Union looks like had an addition in 2024. And then those that are coming on online, and I think the 2024 is like literally this month it's coming online. And then the next one is coming online is 2025, San Francisco Unified School District, Mountain View Wisman District in 2025. This one I don't really understand. They said the district is multiple. I think that must be a typo. I don't think we have a multiple Unified School District, but that's coming on. It's Palo Alto, though. The city is coming on in 2025. It's probably a joint effort between multiple districts. That's probably what they meant. And then Berkeley Unified School District is coming online in 2027. But, I mean, the one thing to think about is, this class had 200 people in it. And these are 200 board members that are going back to their districts to tell their districts all about employee housing. We potentially run the risk that other districts love the idea and run with it. And then in 5-10 years from now, we're trying to compete attracting employees. And the employees are going, I'm going to these other districts that are giving me discounts on employee housing. So while we may not be perhaps in a deficit right now, we could be if we don't strategize for the future.
Agreed. Great. Any other discussion from the board? Awesome. Well, that will conclude our first part of our meeting. We'll go ahead and gavel out, and if the board chooses to take a short recess, I'm open to that. If not, we'll gavel back in, and we'll call to order the Folsom Cordova Schools Financial Corporation annual meeting. Is anybody open to taking a break, or should we just push on through?
Push on through.
All right, we'll just gavel out and.
Mr. President, how about the staff? I want to make sure, break or push on through. Okay. Good.
We're educators.
Okay.
I said it, but I want to make sure.
I'd like to call this meeting to order to the Folsom Cordova Schools Financial Corporation Annual Meeting Agenda. Superintendent, we follow up and call roll just to make sure we're all still here.
Make sure you're still all here. Yes, sir. Ms.
Just
George?
running late by our standards right now.
We're all right. We're all right.
Okay.
People's work. Ms. George?
Here.
Are you still here? Mr. Merrill?
Here.
Mr. Charlon-Trilla?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
And Mr. Clark?
Here.
All are present.
All right, perfect. All right, so we have now reconvened, and we'll go into superintendent's report.
No, we have to approve the minutes. We have to actually do
Yeah, we
this
have to go
financial
back. I'm
corporation meeting.
Let's go back and approve the minutes of the December 14th, 2023 meeting. Entertain a motion on that.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Larrett,
Second.
second by Board Member Charlon-Trilla. I got to get that right. I got to work on that. Superintendent?
Yes. Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Charlon-Trilla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse? Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. Now we'll go into a status report of projects.
No updates for the board.
Perfect.
No outstanding projects.
We'll go to public comment. Any public, any online? Perfect. Corporate officers? That's a new one. I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, we have, it's the same.
Yep, we just name them.
Yeah.
I'll,
You can go ahead and do
I'll
that.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Motion by
No
Mr.
motion needed.
Point of
No, I
order.
didn't-
Oh, we don't yet?
If we could please cite who each of those positions are, please.
Sure, Superintendent, if you can do that.
Absolutely. We have Trustee Clark as the president. We have Trustee Lofthouse as the vice president. Trustee Larrett as the clerk. Mr. Reed as a member. And Mr. Charlam-Churla as a member.
Right, thank you. Then any other business on behalf of the board?
No other business.
All right, we will close this meeting out of the Folsom School Financial Corporation Annual Meeting and gavel back in to our regular board meeting. Now we can go into closing out everything, correct? We're down to superintendent's report.
Thank you, President. I'm going to start off my comments today on a somber note, as we heard Jeanette during her FCA report. Berenice Luna, as a teammate and part of the Lancer family that passed away over this weekend. She was the secondary clerk. She was most likely the first face you saw when you walked into the front office of Cordova. My short time here, just always a great smile, always in Lancer gear, always up for a great conversation. She had so much confidence, and she was beaming and way too young, and we lost her over the weekend. So if I could ask if the board would be willing to close the meeting in her honor today, that would be awesome. And if there's anyone that the Cordova staff is struggling, as you may think, so if you have any extra time over the next few days, if you could swing by, that would be awesome. Let's see. And on a much brighter note, Folsom Cordova Unified was the first district that the state of California asked to present regarding the implementation of community schools, and that was back on November 13th. So as I'm sure many of the people in this room know, that the state of California is really interested and has offered a bunch of community school grants ongoing. I, of course, went to the presentation and was interested to know, as we saw a couple presentations, how far along we are and actually already providing direct service and support to our young people at our community schools. So I just want to commend the community schools team, as well as the team specifically at Mills Middle School, because that's who presented in front of the State Board of Education, which is always really cool, and they did an amazing job. Also related to community schools, they hosted an amazing event this weekend, providing holiday haircuts, and some braids, and some gifts and games. This was on Saturday. Despite the stormy weather, 140 TK to 8th grade students were served. So special thanks to our donors and our volunteer hairdressers who donated in their time and their special gifts and talents, as well as other gifts. Shout out to our team, our special ed team, along with other members of the team. They participated in a sponsored event called the Adapted Toy Wonderland, and that was at Mangini Ranch last Thursday. So it was an inclusive event created to help all kids access play regardless of their ability. Some students with physical disabilities have difficulty accessing the toys that we would go get at toy stores, and so they need to be adapted. And shame on the commercial toy developers. They mark those adaptive toys up by about 500%, making them unaffordable. So each student was able to pick out a brand new adapted toy. Now, there's something really cool about this, that the Cordova High School engineering students spent weeks learning about circuitry and how to adapt the toys, and then they adapted 100 toys and built 80 with 3D printed switches, Event could not have been possible without the support from the Special Ed Community Advisory Committee, which we announced a few members today, and the Engineering Academy. And then several engineering students came and worked the booths at the event. So learning in action and service in action. So they were able to participate in winter-themed activities such as snowball throwing, silly string spraying, taking selfies and more, of course, millennials, YK. Plus, everyone went home with an adapted toy and a Switch. So the remaining toys will be distributed to students this week to take home over the winter break. And that transitions me into my close around what I shared already with a couple board members at a meeting earlier. At CSBA, we went and saw the keynote by Dr. Lori Santos, and she's from Yale, and she's been there for over 20 years. And she runs the Happiness Lab podcast and over 1 million followers. And she talked about happiness and the experiment that has been done that she shared about, and it's related to that event, both the events that I just shared about, is that if you give a person $10 and you ask them to go spend it on themselves, and then you give another person $10 and you ask them to spend it on somebody else, guess which group of people is happier after spending the $10? The group that spends the $10 on other people. So serving is in our DNA. And as we head into the holiday spirit, go out and lead and serve. Just a special thanks to our classified teammates, our certificated teammates, our admin staff, our trustees, the staff in the room, and our school community and our students. Have a safe holiday break. And spend the time resting, relaxing with the people that you love, and we'll see you next year.
Right. Thank you, Superintendent. We'll go to our student board members. Board Member Merrill.
All right. Well, I attended the CSBA's AEC Conference 2024 since between this board meeting and last board meeting. There was over 100 student board members, all from California, and we got to go to this conference, and we ended up going to Disneyland. That was pretty fun. That was my first time going since I was like kindergarten. But again, it was a big networking event, and I got a lot of contact info between, board members from Covina Valley up to like Reading. Like there's a lot of board members there, and one interesting thing that I took note of was everyone kept coming up to me and Mia and asking, "You guys are the board members that get paid, don't you?" And it's not normalized yet. We were one of the first ones to actually get paid. And so I was telling my story on how we sort of got that pushed, and I was telling the other board members, I was like, yeah, it's actually really easy if you really think about it. And I was giving them, the bills and all the stuff to cite. But yeah, I'm glad I contributed to the initiative to get student board members paid across California, because it's a really good thing that we did that, and I really hope it gets pushed out to every school district. And I also want to share my story about climate change. We were talking about the SAB meeting, and I shared that I have a big oak tree in the front of my house, and normally it starts dropping leaves in about September and October. But this year it started dropping leaves like at the beginning of December, and all at the same time. No, I'm not like a biologist, but I think this might be because, changing weather patterns, the tree doesn't know, it's not dropping the leaves at the right time of year. And the storm that happened just the other day, it was like over the weekend, it blew all the leaves on the ground, and there was a lot of leaves on my lawn now. But I think this isn't just me complaining about having to rake up the leaves, but it's a representative of the changes and the negative changes that are happening to our environment around us, and how it can affect us in some tedious way, like having to rake up more leaves, and it could have bigger consequences, like Addie and her climate change initiative was talking about today. So that kind of segues into me. I'm going to bring up in future agenda items to maybe have a discussion about creating a subcommittee, a climate action subcommittee, where teachers and students convene and talk about policy and how this board can go above and beyond California's law and how we can kind of set the lead in climate awareness and stuff like that. Obviously, it doesn't have to end up being a subcommittee. It could be like a part of facilities or something, however we want to do it. But I do want to see this adaptation plan be recognized because I read over it and it's very cohesive. It's very professional. Thank you, Addie, for writing that. But I think a subcommittee would be the best just because it sets the the structure for future policies to be made. Obviously, this is going to live past this entire board because the climate issue is it keeps evolving. But yeah, we can have a discussion about that. Yeah. And my heart goes out to Miss Luna, and thoughts and prayers of her and her family. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Board member George.
So I was also at the meeting with Van for CSBA, and we ended up being able to go to Disneyland as well. But for the actual meeting itself, it was really informational, and I learned a lot of what the acronyms meant. But what I also realized is that Folsom Cordova does a really good job with legacy planning. One big focus was how the next year's board members can be prepared to do the job that we're doing right now. And what I realized is while I was coming in, I remember Rhea and Rocio and Van and Matthew, they were all helping me as well. We had one big group chat and we were always talking, and I was wow, FCUSD really does teach us a lot of things before that. And I just realized how much our district has compared to a lot of the other districts, including getting paid. And so I just thought it was really cool that Rhea and Rocio and Van and Matthew, well, Van's still here, but but they did such a good job legacy planning that I already I thought it was kind of expected that oh, whoever's going to be the next person coming in, we're going to be having to do we're going to do the same thing with them, because I think I met with them 2-3 times before I even sat down or got inaugurated or anything. So I was so I thought that was really cool, and I was that was super interesting. And we also learned about the California dashboards, and we looked at all of our different schools. I just learned a lot more about FCUSD and the school board, and it was super informational to me, and I thought it was super cool. And the next thing I wanted to talk about was the climate change policy, and I really do support it, not because it's required, but I think it's right, because I think we all see that climate change is happening with from the fires, the weather conditions, it's very bipolar, it's very hot one day and then it's very cold. But if we just we should really think about the students, the families, and the future of FCUSD. And just by taking this step right now, we're showing a lot of leadership and doing something that other people haven't done. And hopefully we can inspire other districts if we do make a subcommittee or decide to do something with this climate change plan. We can inspire other people to do the same, not because we have to, but we can. And it puts us not ahead, but it puts us in a much better position and shows that we care about for our students beyond just policy. So yeah, and that's all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, board member George. Board member Chalchella.
This is working for me. That's right. The button press is, now I am master in this one. I just want to touch one more time on the climate action. Audrey, the president met with me over the phone. It was a very lengthy discussion. I highly encourage them to show up here, and they already were planning much before. And just to echo what our 2 board members said, we got to put our proactive, Folsom Cordova is the leader in this fashion. We all know that climate change is real and temperatures are real, up and down. So my one request for at least my board members and the trustee, see whether we can slowly avoid on this dais with these bottles, and maybe we can come up with our own bottles to start contributing a moral support to those young kids who are out there. Just, policy subcommittee, yeah, we'll definitely work on it. At least showing, the gratitude to all those young kids. You know what? They heard us and they are making some changes. Even we can reduce 10% of the water bottles from this to this. That's a win. And those two young students can take it back to your school and say, I think Folsom Cordova is in the right direction. And I'm in support of, the kids were mentioning because they sat with me for a very long time. That's one. I just want to request, at least I can request only here, boss, it's your call on the other side. The other one, I know, when I was on city council, I was very big on public-private partnership. We only have the revenue what we have. That's what, Sean was explaining. It's very volatile. There was a $4,000 donation showed up for this month from 9 different supporters in kind. And I sincerely want to acknowledge that here. I know we all said yes on the consent calendar, including Roseville Costco giving us some funds to our schools in various ways. And there is a couple of, Shirley giving $83. That's money, their hardworking money. And, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints giving $1,180 for the sweaters for our schools. It's a big deal for me. Somebody gave in $4,500 to our schools, and only this is this month. And since we are at the year end, they gave almost $84,000 donations this year. Mr. Martin, we just want to echo that sincere appreciation from this board. That's a good chunk of money. This helps maybe bringing more public-private partnership opportunities. I just want to call that out, me being a new guy, not knowing by going through all this one. And the other interesting one, I think a few days ago, you might have seen the committees we all approved. There was one second one, the red highlighted, AI committee, Artificial Intelligence Committee. This group is unanimously said yes. We want to be the leaders, and these 2 cities has so much technology brains as a citizens. We want to bring that ASAP. I want to thank this group for putting that right away. And the last one is, I think Superintendent was talking about that Yale professor from the CSBA. She made a very good point. I never thought that side. Now I'm telling my kids. I will go to the big universities, I get this PhD degree, I'll get this job, then I will be happy. But she said, you're showing the point this to get that to be happy. And she said, no, reverse that pointer. You be happy today, you get there easy. I just want to emphasize that especially for our kids and even for anybody here. Try to be happy, and that's where I think how we can help others. Your calling. I just want to reiterate that statement. The arrow is not this way. I do all this to get there to be happy. Now, be happy. Make your surroundings happy. We guarantee you get there. So, with that note, happy holidays. And I have a tradition of, putting my Santa hat. It's important. It is holiday season. We all has to cheer for this. I'm all for it. I'll definitely show up on Friday for our employees as well. Friends, thank you. Again, me taking part of you, and we will sail smooth for next 4 years.
Right. Thank you, YK. Appreciate it. Board Member Reed?
Yes, all right. So I just want to provide a couple of updates from committees I attended as a representative of the board. I attended the Budget Advisory Committee meeting this past week, and I actually don't need to really give any summary of it because Mr. Martin basically gave the summary earlier tonight. I also attended the Safety Advisory Committee. I made the tail end of that because the Budget Advisory and Safety Advisory Committees overlapped, but I ran over to that. And, you know, it was interesting. I learned some things, and some things I found a little troubling. One of the things I learned is that we essentially require our teachers to have access to Catapult on their cell phones, by and large. I mean, I guess formally, I think it's perhaps highly encouraged to the point of staff feeling that they are mandated to do so. And I have a concern with that because we do not reimburse our staff for the use of their personal devices. That's not appropriate. If we are going to have an expectation that staff are going to use their cell phones, we need to provide a partial reimbursement to staff for the use of their personal cell phones. Also, I also learned that a minority of schools, and this is actually, it didn't dawn on me, but a very small minority of schools have speakers. I'm like old school 1970s, 1980s PA systems. Apparently they don't exist anymore, unless you're in a school that was built in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And the remnants of those PA systems are working / not working. So it does create an interesting dynamic as to how do you communicate with staff, especially in an emergency. And obviously, cell phone is one of the ways that the district is looking at doing so. But they also, you know, we have obviously computers, but part of the problem is if you send an email, how do the staff know to look at their email if they're in the middle of a lecture? It's an interesting dilemma. Hence, I understand why they're, you know, the district looked to the cell phones as a potential solution. And then, you know, they also sought feedback from all those that were in attendance about just the communication mode in asking for input and advice on suggestions. But they're going to, the safety committee is going to obviously work on this further and eventually come up with a plan that they recommend to the district. All right, so just a brief update. The CSBA conference, which I attended, actually all 5 of us were there. I specifically, obviously, attended a class on employee housing, if you haven't heard. I also attended several classes on legal matters, legal issues, and a really interesting class on junior ROTC program development. Obviously, I don't remember, maybe 6 months ago, 8 months ago, raised the desire to have additional ROTC programs in our district. We put a pin in it, and I was happy we put a pin in it. And at some point, I want to take that pin and pull it out. But it doesn't have to be right now. But what I learned was, well, a couple interesting things in that session that I learned. One was one of the districts that spoke have 3 different ROTC programs at 3 different high schools. One of them had Navy, one of them Army, one of them had Air Force. Wow. Maybe that's something we could strive towards. I also learned, and I'm not joking, I know it could sound like a joke, but the federal government issued the very first Space Force junior ROTC program. So it does exist. I know there was a question of, are they going to do it? Apparently they have. But I have the contact information of the presenters, including two of the presenters were, one was with the military, one was retired military, but they were both highly involved in troubleshooting ROTC programs and helping districts figure out how to make it affordable, as well as how to jump through the hoops on the application process. And then the majority of the classes I attended, which was probably 5, maybe, were artificial intelligence. I made it, first of all, there were a ton of them, and I just went to every single one I possibly could go to, unless it sounded like it was duplicating some of the content I've already learned, and that's when I stepped into some of these other classes. There's a lot we need to be doing. And I am very appreciative that this board made the major decision to form a formal artificial intelligence committee. There's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of challenges. But the only way to take advantage of the opportunities and avoid the challenges is not by sticking our head in the sand and pretending it doesn't exist. It exists, and I would like this we haven't really gotten into, because we just created it last week, or tonight actually, the Artificial Intelligence Committee. I really, really, really want to make sure that we have appropriate stakeholder involvement in it. In other words, not just 2 board members and executive level staff from the district. I want to make sure we have teachers involved in it. I want to make sure we have classified involved in it. I want to make sure we get parent involvement in it. I want to make sure we get, tap into the wonderful resources in our community with Intel and Micron and all the other types of high technology companies. But I think, obviously there's a great opportunity there. Speaking to the gentleman, Mr. Hall, who came to speak to or offer, I consider probably a generous offer of 100 acres of land, literally right across the street from where we were looking at spending almost twice as much for 25, 30 less acres of land for our comprehensive middle high school. I do think that we should, as a district, do some serious due diligence on that offer and explore what that potentially looks like or would potentially cost. I know it's outside of the urban service boundary, but it's literally across the street from water, sewer, and electricity. If you tell me it's going to cost $30 million to tap into that, then I'd be like, all right, that doesn't make any sense. But if it's only going to cost a couple million to tap in it, and we can save 30 to 35 to $40 million of taxpayer resources on buying a larger amount of land for less money, again, I think we have to do our due diligence. I want to applaud the students who came to talk about environmental issues today, and I want to share my story about climate change. Many years ago when I was in college, when really environmental issues was not a, hot topic, if you will, I actually formed the first environmental club at my college. It was called Suffrage. I had to remember what it stood for because I got a little crazy on the acronym. But it was Students United for Responsible Action to Guarantee Our Environment. Anyway, and the reason why I formed it was because the college had just experimented with a recycling program, and they gave up. They said, it's not affordable. It's too expensive. We're not going to do this. And that really upset me. I was actually on the student senate, and that really upset me. And so I figured, you know what? I'm going to go create a club because that's something that a student could do. We just had to get a number of signatures. And I formed the club, and we developed a plan on readopting a recycling program for the entire college. And we did it, and we launched it, and we ran it for 2 whole years. And then my senior year, I got a call from the administration asking me to come in. So I came in, and they're like, what's going on with your club after you leave? And I'm like, well, why are you asking? They're like, well, we'd like to take over your recycling program because we were making money on our recycling program. And so the bottom line is we transitioned the program back to the college, and they're still operating that recycling program. I loved the environmental issues, and I went to law school to be an environmental lawyer. The plurality of my classes were environmental lawyer classes, environmental law. Loved it. Well, then life happened. I never did environmental law. Took me in different directions, but I applaud their efforts, and I would like to be helpful to any degree I can. And then I apologize, my screen just went to screensaver because I'm talking too much. And then finally, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa. Please take time to take care of yourself, refresh, and enjoy your family and friends, and we'll see you back in January. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. President, can I just say a couple brief things?
Yes, sir.
I'll be super brief. So I want to clarify a couple of things while we're here in the moment so it doesn't spin because lack of information creates a vacuum and then people fill it with their own information. So the catapult system is a layer on top of our normal alarm system, bells, security, email, all of that. It's not the sole source of information. So I want to assure that everyone that are safe, that a cell phone isn't required to make sure that a teacher or any classified staff member is aware that there's something going on, a fire or whatever. So that's one point. The second around the ROTC programs, our programs are driven by kid and student requests and course requests. And we do have an ROTC program currently at Cordova High, which we're barely holding on to because there's just not a ton of interest in that program currently. So I'd be willing to entertain ideas to get kids excited about that, but adults don't drive master schedules and programs, kids do. And so, that's one thing. And then lastly with the land, to Joe and Mr. Hall, we've been very responsive, in an email, and Mr. Washburn's doing his due diligence already on questioning. The biggest issue is it's south of White Rock and young people crossing a street, right? That's one of them, but there's a ton of infrastructure challenges and the questions are there, and we're doing our due diligence because we are good stewards of public funds. We want to, if we can save money for more land in an area where we have exploding growth, we are on it. I just want to assure everyone that those emails aren't sitting. They're being responded to in a professional way in less than 48 hours, and we're in the back and forth to do our due diligence and investigating if it's an opportunity for our community. So I think I said 30 seconds. That might have been a minute, my man. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Board Member Larrett.
So just a couple extra comments on the safety committee. The other thing that we really talked about and has been cons and next steps and what that kind of looks like. And then also what maybe some ideas would be for the small high school as far as what some of their visioning might be and some partnership collaboration with some of our businesses and things like that as well for programming. Because we can't build until we kind of know what the programming is going to be. So, but just, trying to get community feel from that. And had a good time at CSBA. I'm going to go a little bit different direction. My favorite class, honestly, was the presentation by Natomas Unified. Martha and I attended that together, and I think I came out really, really jazzed about it. They have a whole department for customer service for parents, which was really, really interesting, and have the layer where, you speak to your principal and then speak to, I think once you kind of get past teacher and principal, if you're a parent, you kind of don't really know where to go. And so they have a like a customer service line that you can call, and then there's somebody who's there who's directing you to the right department. And so most of their calls, they said that they cleared within like 80% on the first day of answering that question for the parent. And then if not, there was somebody there that was getting it to the right department, and then they were also following up with that department to make sure that it was responded to the parent. So I think just from a parent perspective, I think as parents, we kind of sometimes don't always know where to go, after that, and so what ends up happening is that it gets filtered either to board members or it gets filtered to the superintendent. And then, we're trying to make sure that it gets to the right department. And, and I think sometimes things can get lost in that shuffle of that process. So I would be really interested in seeing about something like that for our district, because I just think from a customer service perspective for our families, that would just kind of smooth out some of our communication processes. And they were even using it as far as like from facility standpoints. If there was a teacher that had an issue and it was not they didn't feel like it had been addressed, they could call in and then they could check in with facilities to see if there was a timeline for a part or different things like that. So even from a perspective of staff members, they were also using that to kind of get information back, for different things like that. So as cool as the AI stuff was, which I thought was amazing, I was really juiced about customer service. So, and then did want to extend, my thoughts on Miss Luna. Personally, for me in my household, my daughter is a TA in the office, so she was, very impacted by that yesterday, and just wanted to just say what a wonderful person she was. Very good to the students, great with parents, just a really bright light. And did want to also thank the site for the additional supports that was provided to our students and staff today. I know that was, really meaningful for them. So just wanted to wish everyone happy holidays as well. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Laird. Board Member Lofthouse.
All right. I just want to again congratulate Chris on returning to the board and YK to joining the board. I look forward to continuing working with you guys, both for at least the next 2 years. And again, yes, we all went to the CSBA conference, and I had this in my notes, but prior to the CSBA conference, Mr. Clark and I were at the delegate assembly, which we both serve on, and that is where each of the regions throughout the state are able to meet and talk about issues more on an interpersonal level in smaller groups about issues that are happening throughout the state. And in those conversations, I just wanted to extend my gratitude to this district in how forthright we are and proactive we are and ahead of the game in so many things, and ended up sort of being the leader of a lot of conversations about things that are happening in this district and other districts wanting to know more. So probably like the students being paid, but on a greater level of things that we're providing to our students. And so, and it came up over and over and over again in conversation. So thank you to everybody in this district for helping put us that 1 foot forward, and we are the best district in the state, but we will get that title too with the snail race. But and then I also wanted to thank the Vistas Climate Action Club for coming out this evening. I could hear it and see the shaking, and standing at the podium is very nerve-wracking, and they were all extremely brave and eloquent and amazing speakers. And I flipped through their presentation, and it was more professional than probably most presentations I've put together. So they are very, I loved it. And I think that students like this are kind of our hope for our future. And so I would also like it to be on the future board agenda, but I'd also like them to be able to come and give their presentation, because it was very thorough, and they definitely have put a lot of work into it. So, and then I think that is it, except for having a wonderful break. Well-deserved.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Lofthouse. Well, in closing, there's a lot. Obviously, I was able to well, I spent a week down in Anaheim, obviously, for the Board of Directors meeting and then the Delegates Assembly, and then the opportunity to kind of hang out at not one, two, three, like a lot of workshops, because I had to facilitate a couple and moderate a few moving forward. But it was a great conference. You know, you always go there to continue to learn. Again, like I said, you don't know everything. So you learn a few new things, especially with AI. You thought we had a lot this year. Wait until next year. That we'll have a few more meaningful workshops on AI at the AEC in Sacramento, which I will tell you that I am the chair of that conference. So it's a lot of planning for our entertainment, for our speakers. I wanted to touch on not only the Golden Quill, the Golden Gavel, and the Golden Bell Awards. I apologize for missing the dinner with Kingsley and Bogart, but that was another event that I had to go and be part of. My challenge to our teachers, our admin, and even our board, I want one of those awards. We got to have it. And I kind of chuckle when you mentioned the snail race. I don't know how that's going to work out, but you know, this district is the cream of the crop. And like Kara said, people are envious of us. They really are, to find out the things that we're doing, especially with our student board members and the programs that we have. It doesn't make any sense why we can't bring home any of these awards. So I'll probably have to recuse myself from reviewing and judging those forms, but I trust that this district and our teachers and, you know, our youth performers, whether it's the Cordova Drumline or the Folsom Jazz Choir, we can make it happen and make a name for ourselves, especially with us being in Sacramento next year. So I look forward to chairing that conference. We'll see how it works out. I applaud the students from Vista on the climate change discussion and their passion for it. I think we need a committee, and I think if we can, Superintendent, look at doing a reso, showing that we are in full support of what they're doing and supporting them as much as we can. Proud to announce that, you know, we have a lot of new committees. The one that, and I think this was the brainchild of Board Member Reed, was the 2x2x2. Who was it? Was it me? Who's going to take credit? Okay, Board Member Larry. I'm looking forward to sitting on that committee. I think it'd be good to work in collaboration with our municipalities, both Folsom and Rancho Cordova. Proud of our students at Riverview STEM. I had the opportunity to go out the other day and serve hot cocoa and hang out with Santa and Mrs. Claus, and the kids at Riverview donated toys, which will be donated to Blessings in a Backpack, which they will be doing their toy giveaway this weekend. If you're looking for volunteer opportunities, please reach out to them. I think Board Member YK will be out there. I will be out there super early because I have my own toy giveaway that I do with GSUL. So I'm proud of them. They do it every year. I think they've been doing it at least for the past 8 years. So kudos to them, and kudos to Troy Martinez for coordinating all that. And also thank you to Peter J. Shields for allowing me to come out, visit a few classrooms, and talk to staff. And I want to give a special thanks to our superintendent. Had a great time with you at the conference, had a great time with Board Member Lofthouse, Board Member Larrett, myself, well, all the board, we sat and we watched the CIF NorCal championship game. Fortunately, Folsom came up short. They should have just kicked a field goal, not went for two. But that's just me being an armchair coach. But had a really good time watching the game. And, you know, a situation came up, and I think Board Member Laird and myself brought it to the superintendent's attention with the charging of our soccer games. And I want to thank you for putting together a packet because, in my opinion, $10 is a bit much for parents to come out and, you know, enjoy a soccer game. I think with all of our athletics, there should be some kind of package that the parents can take advantage of. So with that being said, I just, you know, when I got sworn in, I'm going to double down on the comment that I made in my speech about this board, this governance team, taking time to reflect, taking the time to reorganize, and take the time to rebuild. And I hope we can do that, especially over the winter break. You know, I look forward to spending time with my family, and it's my turn to cook this year. So it will be the gumbo, Angela. That's happening. So anyway, I just want to thank this board for the opportunity, the community, for the opportunity to serve you 4 more years. So with that being said, we'll move on to item 18, advanced planning. Our next board meeting, I believe, is, oh boy, January 9th. Okay. So look forward to seeing you there. 12-month calendar, any comments on that? Hearing none. And suggested future agenda items, anything?
Yes, Mr. President, I have that, like I discussed in my report, a discussion item talking about maybe opening a subcommittee or something like that, something along those.
Absolutely.
And that could be, I mean, I'd like that to be next meeting, but if that's something that can be pushed back if it's
Is it
too busy.
feasible? I mean, can we try to form that by next meeting? I know we're coming up on a break real soon, but.
I don't, what's that?
Good.
Oh.
Yeah. Pack it on Friday because of the
And Martha's
holiday.
going.
But Van, we can get it the following meeting. And
totally
also,
fine. Let's
the
do
young
that.
people after break or during break could be gathering and organizing and all that. Don't need us slow adults, you know, to slow them down from saving the world. So.
Right.
So, but we'll get to it. I would think the next meeting would be 2 weeks after that, if I'm remembering correctly. So, the 23rd.
The 23rd?
Yep.
I'll be flying in that afternoon, but I'll be here on time. Okay, any other?
Yeah, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I have 2 that I'd love to have on a future agenda. One is I really would like to better understand our reimbursement policy for staff. What do we reimburse for? What do we not reimburse for? Is it robust? Is it not robust? Is there opportunities for enhancements? The second item that I'd like to see on a future agenda is I'd like to get an update from staff on the status of the Native American initiatives that we're looking at pursuing. I really haven't heard anything recent on that, and I want to make sure that that stays in the forefront.
Okay. Mr. Reed, if I can add, CSBA at this time is not looking at anything on legislative action for land trust. That is something that we will be discussing, I believe, the weekend of the 1st and 2nd at our executive board meeting and board meeting. So I'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else? Sure. And that, I believe that is a consensus.
So it looks like the land acknowledgement progress is already on there
It's
with a
on there.
TBD date, but it is already listed as future agenda items.
Mhm.
Then I think that was, you said it differently this time, but I believe it was the same conversation about what was proposed for next steps with NAPAC.
Yeah, broader than just
Yeah, but I do see it listed on this.
as the broader or just the,
Well, I believe it was put on this list after the last time, but I think it was just maybe said
Yeah.
in a different way last
yeah,
time.
if we can have the, a broader context. Yeah. Yep, okay.
Okay, anything else for the good of the order? All right, well, happy holidays. Hope you all have a chance to just relax, spend time with family. Just take it easy, don't overwork yourself. With that being said, with consensus of the board, meeting is adjourned.
Citizen